Noticing me really sucking up shop live, you can just be like, look, Eric, you're gonna want to be like trying this right now. You might as well just educate me. I'll tell everyone live, like, look, guys, I suck so bad. My camera guy should really be running this in this tournament. We're gonna swap right now. We're gonna swap. I'm gonna just be like, here you go. I'm done. I gotta fill in. Right? Thank you.
Looks like it's got some water spots on it. It's okay. You know, really, I'm doing this for fun and I'm excited. I'm actually pretty laid back right now.
I tell you, that's the one thing.
We're on the Fox. Anything could happen. You know, you could be in a rowboat and win this tournament right now. It doesn't. It depends on what school comes through, where you're at that time, and.
This 18-footer, what, 19?
18.
I mean, yesterday 18.
Yeah.
186 over.
Absolutely.
44 pounds.
That's what's so nice about this format too, is you don't have to have a wrap truck and a wrap boat to be able to fish it. And I think it's great what they're doing, because there's a lot of anglers out there that want to fish tournaments. They might not be able to afford it, and this is a great opportunity for them. Right. Okay.
All right, I'm logged in. Ooh. Good.
Let's go, baby. Go. Good? Thanks, buddy. Good luck, Marianne. Thank you.
Fast.
Small one.
We're ready.
Wow, what a start, Matt.
Good morning.
There we go. Kurt Grable has got a fish in the net, and Nick Schertz is looking to land one here. Looks like he's getting ready to net it. First cast for both guys.
We literally just started. That's so awesome. Good morning, everybody. How's everybody today? Thanks for tuning in to Head-to-Head Fishing. This is day 2 of Metro Madness.
Wow, what a start. I can't believe it. Yeah, we were just kind of getting ready to put our headsets on here. We were watching, and 2 first casts, bang.
411. 412.
Kirk Rabel's fish goes 412. Nick Schertz had to release his. It wasn't quite big enough. Wasn't a 2-pound minimum.
Third hop. First cast. All right, let's keep going.
I was going to work today. All right, Russell, we got 8 different matchups today. Russell, you pretty excited for all of these?
I am. It's gonna be a fun-filled day. I would say it's probably one of the most exciting tournament days we've had yet, to be honest, for me, just because there's a couple of matchups that I've been waiting for this entire time. While yesterday was a shootout in a couple of those matches, I expect I expect 3 of these 4, I think, to be pretty tight today, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked for today's matchup as well.
So kind of give you guys all an introduction this morning. The 4 matchups we have going are Nick Schertz versus Eric Hadia. We just saw Nick put in a undersized fish that didn't unfortunately register for him. It wasn't the 2-pound minimum. Then Dylan Potter is going up against Kurt Grable. We just saw Kurt Grable took a 4-pound, I think 11-ounce or 12-ounce lead. So that was a good start for him on his first cast. Ryan Dempsey, who's a returning angler from the inaugural Walleye head-to-head tournament, is going against Marianne Husky. And Chris Bartash is up against Troy Kraus, also known as Walleye Mafia on the social media. And we can see him on the bottom right of your screen right there.
I was gonna say this morning right away, it's what a difference does the weather make? I mean, we have some cooler temps, a little bit of rain in some areas. It was quite foggy this morning in some areas too. So yesterday we had a little bit higher skies. So again, we're seeing everybody go right to the jig rod.
Yep, I'm not overly surprised. I saw on Facebook last night that the one guy I sort of expected to troll, which was Troy Kraus, had kind of made an announcement last night that he wasn't going to be trolling. He was going to be jigging and casting, and looks like right now he's actually pulling up the current. So in some ways he's doing a form of one rod trolling, but not the patented boards and stuff that Troy's sort of known for out in the bay.
Yep, like we said here. Good morning, everybody that's commenting on Facebook and YouTube. Remember, you can, if you want to stream this to the big TV, go ahead and watch it on YouTube, and you can cast it right over there. Today we will also be having our sponsor, The Real Shot. We'll be doing that 10% code. So remember, that's H2H10 to save you 10% at checkout. So if you haven't went over to therealshot.com, do us a favor and
all right, let's go, girls.
Check it out.
It's going to be tough to top yesterday, but I think we got a chance to do it. I mean, we had some really exciting stuff happen. We had a couple of matches come right down to the wire. Rob Course match came right down to the wire with Mr. Miller, and at the end there we saw maybe the best comeback so far yet in head-to-head walleye fishing history, maybe in head-to-head history.
Yeah.
In just a crazy matchup that saw a heavy favorite in a lot of people's brackets and wait. Ooh, Kurt Gribble's hooked up again.
He kind of is right back to where Jesse Brady finished the day. What a dandy.
That is a toad. This guy's a stick. I said that in my pairings matchup. I fished against him in the NWT tournament in some brutal weather, and he gained a lot of respect from me. This guy can fish. He's a guide.
Scale isn't even off. 0. Or 1?
4-1 to start the day. Wow. Vincent, yesterday's big total weight, it was like 40-something pounds,
40,
I think.
47 and
by
change.
Jesse Brady, yeah.
47 and change. Oh, Nick was hooked up for a second there. What I was finishing saying was that we saw...
Oh, there we go, Eric.
Eric lost him, yeah. We saw Brett Alexander go down yesterday in what was just a ferocious comeback.
Yeah, from Anthony, yeah.
Engelbert, yep. He, I think he's AIM Team of the Year, half of the AIM Team of the Year from last year. Sort of a guy that, not a lot of guys were aware of maybe going into yesterday. A lot of guys looked at that matchup and thought, well, Brett Alexander, legendary guide on the Green Bay Walleye system. That could be an easy match for him. Not so much. I mean, here comes Anthony Engelbert, down 21 pounds at about the halfway point, and he just caught absolute fire. We're live here with Troy Kraus. Ooh, he's hooked up.
That's what we wanted.
Most people know him, as I said before, as Walleye Mafia. He's hooked up.
couple of guys up by the bridge.
Yeah, Troy's actually finished fishing where Rob Korth finished yesterday, where he mentioned he was marking all those pods of fish. That's a nice one.
Yeah, another beautiful walleye.
All right, 0 is off the books.
All right, well, let's get right to it. Adam has a question here. I'm going to get to your question here, Adam, after Troy's done with this fish.
She straight up swallowed that. Oh, yeah, it's in there.
Don't all fishermen wish they all bit it like that, huh?
Oh, man.
Can't even see that jig. It's hard to lose them when they do that. The only way you're going to lose them is if they break your line.
Get the surgical kit out for this one.
Yeah. Can't blame them. You normally don't need something that's going to go down their throat that far, but
Christmas gift for my wife.
little shout out to the wife on the Christmas present. Greg says great. 5 more hours of no work getting done.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of that. A lot of people are like, I'm glad the rain came. We postponed my yard work. Blade bait.
All right, first one.
First guess of the day, Russell. I'm going to go 312. I think it's a little bigger than that, though.
Go 4-4.
Okay.
Zero.
Camera guys are really doing a nice job
Yeah,
today
they did
already.
a great job yesterday. I forgot to give them the shout out, but yeah, they did a great job yesterday.
It's not an easy job to, it really isn't. People would think, I mean, it's a lot of fun, but it's not easy. You really got to keep your focus. Because it can be an hour or two of nothing and then 30 minutes of madness.
4-2.
4-2.
Wow.
Beautiful.
All right, so I'll try to catch everybody up here. You're watching head-to-head fishing here.
There you go, girl. All right. 4-2, we're on the board.
So we are now on the, we're in the Fox River, same place we were yesterday. We're calling this event the Metro Madness. This is the second walleye event of 2020 here. There's a couple of things that everybody should know that's tuning in. First of all, if you're interested in getting...
Oh, Marianne Husky's hooked up.
We're not going to have much time to talk today, Russell.
Not
That's
early.
a good thing.
Not
That's
early.
a good thing.
Nope.
Boy, I didn't even feel that bite at all. Barely,
Another
Oh,
crank
boy.
fish. All right.
Got it. That's a nice one, too.
Just look at
Rip
that.
and wrap.
Yep.
You heard her say on there that it was barely hooked and it came off in the net, so
Yep.
she got very lucky to get that one. Great job.
Okay. We'll get that out of the net later. I want to get him processed and get him back in the water.
Got a couple guesses so far, 4-8.
Press and hold the button down, Greg.
Just once. There you go. It's up.
Okay.
Once it comes up, 0, hit one more,
Okay.
and you'll see the top lights flash. And once that's, just show the camera, 0,
0.
0.
Okay.
Kevin says, Team Marianne.
Buddy. Open your mouth there, bud.
4-4, 4-7. I didn't get a good look at it, Russell. What's your guess this morning? Oh man, that's another nice fish.
I don't know, I'm going to say a little higher, 4-6. Oh, no.
3.7. 3.7.
Nice.
Boy, it's
Awesome.
hard. It's hard with them being so thick.
Yeah. Well, yesterday they were weighing heavy. I mean, they had a little extra, food after the weekend, just like I did. I don't know about you, man. But anyways,
Buddy. Okay. 3.7. We're on the board.
so you see Marianne, she's
Yeah.
about to weigh a fish. She was looking for, what these anglers are looking for today is any walleye that's 2+ pounds.
Yep.
It's an all catch, weigh, release format here. As we mentioned, we're calling this event the Metro Madness, meaning they launched out of the Metro boat launch here on the Fox River up by Green Bay. All artificial lures. We got that question a lot yesterday. Can they use live bait? Nope, they cannot use any live bait during the head-to-head format. It's a singles format, so what happens is the angler is responsible for catching the fish, netting or grabbing the fish, weighing the fish, and also releasing the fish. And we can talk about some of the penalties here while we have a second as we're looking at Eric Hadia on the screen there. It's really simple. So what's going on is there, like we talked about, it's catch and release. So a couple of the penalties that potentially could happen is a netting penalty.
Yep.
So these processes, they have to net the fish cleanly in the water. I got tongue-tied already this morning. And then they have to get the fish into the bottom of the boat or on the deck of the boat without hitting anything.
Right.
If they do hit something with the fish in the basket, it's a 2-minute penalty. They can't do anything for 2 minutes. Same thing would be on a boat flip, meaning if they choose to go netless and they want to lift that fish above the water and into the boat, if it would fall off, hit the deck or anything before the hook removal process is started, that's also a 2-minute penalty. You want to touch on some of the other penalties, Russell?
Yeah, well, one of the most important things I wanted to say right away is that, head-to-head does all this for conservation.
Yes.
That's what's important. Somebody might say, well, why the penalties? Well, the idea is, we want to try to catch the fish, get the fish weighed, and get them back in the water as fast as possible for their safety, but also we want to treat them throughout that whole process as best as we can. So one of the other penalties that's really important is when you go to release the fish, it has to be released below the gunnel.
Yep.
You can't just toss it back in. See a lot of guys this time of year in many of the river systems, especially with smaller fish, they'll catch it, they'll boat flip it, and they'll toss it, ooh, Walleye Mafia is hooked up. They'll toss it in, chest high, and that fish goes belly flopping in the water. If you do that, that'll be a 2-minute penalty.
And that's for all species. That's if it's a walleye or any non-species.
Correct.
We have the tendency with a rough fish to just want to toss it. Well, that would get these anglers a 2-minute penalty today.
Your weight's good now.
Okay, thank you.
We have a few returning anglers in this event. We have quite a few new ones. So you just heard Walleye Mafia asking his camera guy if the weight was entered correctly. So there's some questions. Everybody's sort of getting used to this new process.
Yeah, Jeremiah, all head-to-head events are no live bait.
That is a dandy. I'm a little surprised he's not a little more aggressive getting the net, that fish flopping on the surface. He got him, though. Good job.
Yeah, that fish is a little skinny. It might be a little post-spawn here coming back down.
Yeah, we're starting to see a few more of those, which I think those are the ones that are going to be a little more active. The guys can get on those. Looks like a rip and wrap, I'm pretty sure. We saw a lot of that yesterday. Rapala rip and wraps.
Yeah, a lot of. The Real Shot website was very apparent that people wanted that purple passion.
Yep.
If you got it yesterday, you're one of the lucky ones because we sold out all those purple passions in I think about an hour.
There's good news, Matt.
There's more on the way.
Santa came this morning. I just delivered about 85 more.
Oh, there you go.
Yep. When I got here, I was bringing goods.
Well, the thing already we're seeing a good combo this morning. Some jig and plastics.
Not want to open their mouth.
Yep.
Blade baits, rip and wraps.
Yep.
Three six.
Perfect. Another dandy.
Zach also wanted me to let you know that there's a way to edit it as long as I can verify that was correct, right?
Okay.
Good release as well. I love the conservation part of it.
Yeah.
All right, so what you're looking at here on the bottom of the screen is what we call the weigh live. That is exactly what the name says. These anglers catch a fish. If it registers above 2 pounds, they enter it into their phone. The phone automatically populates a screen on the bottom, and it continues to update it. And then we have...
Ryan Dempsey's hooked up. Ryan's one of our returning anglers from the last event. We saw Max Wilson. He was a returning angler yesterday. Ryan Dempsey's a returning angler today.
Nicholas, my name is Matt Trotz, and I'm sitting right next to Russell Gehagen. Thanks for tuning in this morning. Russ, I'm picking up your Santa suit. Oh, we got our first 2-minute penalty.
We have a timeout. Ryan Dempsey is on timeout.
Well, there's a perfect example of what we just got done talking about.
Exactly. Yep.
And he's a returning angler, and
Yep.
he made that mistake.
And a very, very good tournament angler. I mean,
he knew it right away.
yeah, he's just smiling to himself right now, thinking like, really? Did I just do that? Here we're on a two-screener on this matchup, Dylan Potter against Kurt Gribble.
We are located in the head-to-head studios here in Appleton, Wisconsin. Russell, do you know if you have any Gobi color ripping wraps in the Sheboygan store?
I'm not 100% sure. I know we just got some more in here today. I delivered some actually today, so if not, we'll have them in the Sheboygan store in a couple of days because I'll probably grab some once those guys get them checked in.
So for anybody new that's tuning in today, what we try to do throughout the stream, throughout the day, course of the 5 hours, we share some of the bait selection that most of these anglers are doing, encouraging you to head over to therealshot.com. And then what for shopping with us the rest of the week, we're offering you a 10% discount code. So if you just go to the checkout and enter H2H10 at the time of purchase, that'll give you 10% off your order. So right there, I just shared some of the ripping wraps that these, the custom ripping wraps that some of these anglers may be using. Purple was hot yesterday, but it may not be the color today.
No, and I was going to say, so yesterday was a prime example why, customs make a difference. Guys would say why would you need a custom color? Well, it made a difference yesterday. Now, like you said, today it might not.
Right.
But yesterday there were two guys that had big weights. Both happened to have it on the exact same pattern. So those fish were absolutely keyed into that. But there's a lot of days that's not the case. It might be a totally different color. It might be a stock color.
Do you think the cloud cover will have something to do with that today?
I think that'll probably change the pattern, yeah, absolutely. I would personally fish something more whitish, more bright, bright greens, more of like a fire tiger type deal in this particular weather pattern. And I'd have fished something more dark and shiny looking yesterday like they did.
So Jeremiah, the reason behind the no live bait, well, first of all, yeah, it really makes the anglers think. It gives everybody a fair advantage here during the whole entire tournament. And what it also,
and my girls are watching. Good morning, I love you guys.
No, I'm getting talked to by the studio here. But what it makes them figure out the pattern. Think about something differently. And then for us here, as we're sponsored by The Real Shot, one of the largest independent tackle stores in Wisconsin, it helps us sell a little more baits, to be honest with you. So, obviously you can see here right now the only sponsor we have is The Real Shot. We're looking for other sponsors, but, this type of event takes quite a bit of money to make it go on, so we got to sell quite a few lures to help keep this stream going. And one thing we mentioned yesterday is if we can continuously get orders here throughout the 5 hours, we'll go ad free. So
yeah, it's that, and I think the other part of that too is, Matt, we want to see innovation in walleye fishing. We feel like walleye fishing, we as in a group of us that are part of head-to-head feel like walleye fishing isn't quite as innovative as bass and some of the other types of fishing. And a lot of that is just because day in and day out, so many walleye fishermen rely on live bait. It's not that there's not great innovative anglers and great innovative companies involved. There is. But that, walleye fishermen generally just rely so much on live bait that we don't put the time and effort into innovating in that industry like they do in other species. So it's really exciting. And yesterday's custom deal was a prime example. Those guys had to figure out that particular color and an advantage on that, where maybe they would have just grabbed a minnow or a crawler or whatever if they were able to fish live bait.
Yeah, if you're looking to contact us, you can do it in a couple of different ways. You can go right to the H2HFishing.com, or you can go to H2H Facebook page and send us a message that way as well. Yeah, here's a good comment, too.
Ryan Dempsey just missed a big swing and a miss.
So there's quite a few spots available for a lot of the tournaments. The next one that we have coming up starts next week, April 13th, and I'm seeing Corey, or no, as actually Joe mentioned, there's 4 spots open for the Marinette event. So if you go to the H2HFishing.com, I'm actually going to share it in the comments here. I'm on the registration page. You can see all the events that we have coming up for 2020. You can go ahead and sign up there if you're interested. You can fish more than one event now that we've made some slight changes. That one's going to be exciting, Russell. What do you think about that Marinette one?
We're going to see some really big bags. Like I told you, I will not be surprised at all if somebody pulls off in those 5 days a 3-digit number. I just think, as crazy as that sounds, because you look at it, and Jeff Nectarline, the last tournament winner, he had 60-some pounds. I mean, that was a crazy good day. But up in Marinette during the gold rush, he catches the same amount of fish he caught that day, he's going to break 3 numbers. So,
speaking of the gold rush, I'm on the registration page here. That one's sold out.
Wow, when did that happen?
It must have happened over the course of yesterday.
Wow.
I'm seeing 0 choices.
Oh, Marianuski's hooked up, and that looks big.
Fish.
Yep. Oh!
Awesome.
Oh, Isaac says he signed up. The returner.
Lackish is back, huh? He'll probably bring the Lackish lover with him.
Oh. Rob says, what are the rules on trolling?
So, Rob, you can troll,
what?
and each angler is allowed 2 rods. So, obviously, if you troll, you can use up to 2 rods. You can use boards or lead core or any type of trolling strategy you'd like. We're on the quad screen right now. At the top of the screen, we got Nick Schertz and Eric Hadia. Bottom of the screen, we got Dylan Potter and Kurt Gribble. You know what I think's funny about this is I've been toting this Schertz-Hadia matchup all week, right, as the heavyweight battle, and I kind of toted the Wilson-Lapine thing yesterday. Yeah. They had the lowest combined weight. Schertz and Hadia still looking to get on the board here. So, you know, there is nothing you can predict in this deal. It reminds me so much of March Madness, NCAA basketball, right? I mean, exactly when you think you know what's going to happen, the total opposite happens. So a couple things that are pretty fun and pretty interesting about the head-to-head, being that it's one individual, one fisherman per boat, you have to do it all. Yes. So there's a couple things that you really have to keep in mind. I think organization is key, and we've seen a bunch of different strategies of organization. We've seen guys with really clean boats, really organized boats, nothing in the way, and then we'll see the next guy that's got 10 rods laying out. And you and I have kind of discussed that strategy being good or bad, but whatever works for the individual, the key is you need to be able to get to the baits, to the rods that you need to fish with. And most importantly, you need to be able to get your net when you need to, because netting the fish by yourself is difficult. And I see each person using a touch different strategy. Some guys, some anglers, I should say, are getting them right to the surface and netting the fish, then grabbing the net. Some anglers are trying to get ahead of time, and trying to get the net ahead of time and getting it kind of laid there and prepared and then fighting the fish continuously. But it's interesting how everybody's sort of got their own tactic on it, and that plays a big role, the strategy of that in the end.
Yeah. Well, especially as we saw Max Wilson. Oh, Troy Kraus hooked up again.
Yeah, he just missed one, and now he's hooked up.
A couple of things here. Thanks, Lance. It's Piotr, not
Piotr.
Potter.
Sorry. Yep.
As a guy who has a tough last name, I know how frustrating that could be. So I just like calling everybody by their first names.
Yep.
It makes our job a lot easier.
We are doing our best, but I know everybody wants the last name because that's what's on the scoreboard. Another nice one.
Oh,
get him, Mafia!
Beautiful fish.
Oh, he got him. That is a good one.
I'm thinking that's an 8-pound fish.
That's a solid fish.
That's a little something more than I'm looking for. Oh yeah. Yeah, every one of them's been in the mouth so far. You don't have to frickin' snag with blade baits. You can get them without snagging, so. I shouldn't say that because you can get them snagging too. And
It is a blade bait, yep. He's talking
that's a
about
beautiful fish.
style of lure he's using. He's using a blade bait. We saw a lot of that in the inaugural walleye head-to-head. Matt, that was kind of the talked about bait.
0.
I'm going to say that fish is around 7.2.
Yeah, it looks. Yeah, it's a dandy.
It is a dandy. It's going to be our biggest fish of the day so far.
And we're only what, half an hour in?
28 minutes. 28
to be
minutes.
Precise.
Yeah.
Really? There we go. I got 513.
Oh, wow. That fish looked way bigger than that.
So there's a prime example. See how big the head is on that fish? That's another spawned out fish. So that fish was probably 8 pounds a week ago.
I was gonna say.
And you know, it's hard from our angle, and we're getting used to seeing so many fish with a big giant fat belly on it that when you see one that long come in the boat, you just make the assumption that it's 8 pounds, and it's definitely not.
The anchor, get on the bow mount and start maybe casting and covering water here in a little bit.
We're looking here at live at Nick Schertz Ericadia matchup. Both of them are still looking for their first fish.
Well, we can might as well tackle it right away this morning, Russell. We already had a question on it. So they're calling it the snagging rule. Okay, I don't like that. Let's not call it that at all. But what with the presentations you're seeing today is you're seeing a lot of fish caught potentially under the jaw, back a little ways. Oh, you want to have the tournament director come on and explain the rules? We're being joined this morning by Kyle Carpenter. Hey, just so you know, you're part of the group now. Lance and I have bass fishing alter egos. So yours is called Lyle.
I can only imagine.
Lyle Carp Stopper.
Good morning, everybody. Lyle Carp Stopper. I've been called worse.
Yeah. So Kyle, let's tackle this one right away. So yesterday we had quite a few questions on it. Today we're getting quite a few questions on it. Talk about this new rule, or it's not a new rule. Talk about the rule about the snagging or whatever.
Yeah, you're right. It's not a new rule. There's pretty much every tournament organization in the country outside of some of the bass fishing world or walleye fishing world, has already adopted this and has been using it for years. For our format, it's not fair for our camera officials and the anglers for the camera official to have the weight of making a decision that would potentially cost that angler thousands of dollars, right? And that's if it was black and white, that's one thing, but there's so much gray area there that, that camera official has to make a decision, snap.
Yep. We
can always look back at it here, but I can tell you from our last event, I have a new respect for the NFL replay system because inconclusive is obvious at times. Like we all watched that video and could not determine between ourselves if it was snagged or if it was not. So we decided to go this route. Talking to the anglers this morning, one example I gave was if you catch a fish in the old format, if you catch a fish and that fish comes off in the net, we're going to have to deem it unweighable.
Right.
So if you're going to follow that black and white.
Well, and the biggest thing is we're calling it the foul hook rule. I like that one because realistically, the snagging really comes into play when you can see those fish. Water clarity today, you were just out there. What are you seeing?
It's a little clearer than yesterday. I didn't get down by the dam. Looks like Ryan Dempsey just hooked up. But out by the mouth, it is definitely dirty.
So these anglers are not seeing these fish at all.
Nope, they're not sight fishing at all. It is tough. Rob Korth did a good job yesterday explaining, his reasoning on it and why, he doesn't think it's an issue down on the Fox River right now because of there's so many fish.
Yep.
If an angler's out there with a husky jerk and just reeling it and jerking it erratic, trying to snag a fish, it's obvious. These anglers are live. You know, their sponsors are watching. The whole world's watching them right now.
Yep.
They're not going to do anything to make themselves look bad, and helping them make themselves look better by just changing this rule was an easy thing.
It was an easy, yeah.
You know,
and it worked out yesterday. I mean, we've already seen a fish that got off in the net, you know, and if that hook would have ended up in the tail, that fish wouldn't have been registered by the, you know, by the last ruling. So.
Yeah, talking to some of the anglers from yesterday after the match was over, some of them said, I had 4 or 5 fish that would not have counted today. And, you know, it's that simple. If the official would not see that fish hook prior to it coming out, that fish would not be weighable.
All right, let's see what we got here for Dempsey. 8:30 in the morning, we got 1,100 people watching already.
Crazy. Thank you, everybody, for watching. It's exciting to watch, that's for sure.
There you go, 2:15.
Yeah, yesterday I was watching at home yesterday and, you know, doing some emails and stuff and keeping up on it. I did put a post out, and, you know, the questions are going to keep coming up because that's what the walleye fishermen are used to. That's what the walleye world is used to. And, you know, like I said in that post, Head to Head is committed to moving walleye fishing forward. We want to be the leaders in the industry right now.
Yep.
And we're going to be. You know, changing little rules like this is for the anglers' benefit. It's, you know, to help the whole format.
Well, we listen to the anglers. I mean, a lot of tournament series say they do. I mean, obviously we do. We listen to the viewers as well. I mean, they had a lot of questions about the scoreboard improvements. Well, you know, Brian spent 20 hours over the weekend making the scoreboard improvements. You know, so we care about everything, and we're so new into this series that we're willing to make it, you know, corrections and adaptations as we need to.
Is that Grable?
Yeah.
Grable hooked up. Yeah, you're right. I mean, one thing that we're trying to do in the all tournament organizations should do this, and, you know, that's a good one there, is transparency.
Yep.
You know, we want the anglers' opinions. This morning I was talking to Eric Hadia, and he's been around the world. You know, he's been through every species of fish and fished a lot of tournaments. Obviously, he's a great guide. He was giving us ideas this morning. You know, just let's move things forward and, you know, not get hung up on a rule that, you know, to me, what should have been a real simple rule anyway.
Right.
You know, when the guys came here for the first event for the pier, you know, they were kind of told, hey, this is going to be an issue, and it turned out to be an issue. And, you know, there's some people with some hard feelings on it. And, you know, like Russell said yesterday, you don't have to agree with the rule.
Right.
That's what the rule is going to be. You know,
that's part of the entertainment. It's part of the drama.
He's on him.
Oh,
Marianne's got one.
Ooh.
She was excited this morning.
Was she?
Yep.
I do want to get into here. Let's talk once Marianne's
Little
kind of
fish.
done. I want to kind of get your thoughts and feelings on what the anglers have been thinking the last couple of weeks so far.
A lot of nerves.
Yeah?
A lot of nerves. In the morning, you could see, you know, for a lot of the guys, it's the unknown. Dempsey this morning was a lot more relaxed than he was in De Pere last week. You know, the week prior, or 2 weeks ago in De Pere, he was in his boat, ready to go. You know, didn't really socialize much. And, you know, this morning when we all met, you know, 6 feet apart, and, you know, everybody did a great job of, you know, making sure we didn't come in contact with each other and stayed apart. And
Zero.
a lot of nerves. It's me being a tournament angler myself. I can relate to it for sure.
Right.
That one's ready to get up by the dam too, huh?
Yep.
Whoa, easy, buddy, easy. Oh, he's just gonna make it. I have 2.8.
Yep.
What do you have?
2.8.
There you go.
2.8.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I don't know a lot of these anglers, so meeting them for the first time, face to name, has been fun. So I don't know their, you know, normal demeanor in the morning, but you can just tell there's a lot of nerves. You know, this morning at Metro, I'm helping all the anglers out and backing everybody in and getting their trucks and parking their trucks and stuff for them, and, you know,
Does this go off by
that
itself?
helps them nerves. You know,
Right.
it gets their time for their camera guy and him to get settled in. And
Well, a lot of these anglers that we're seeing here in the walleye events are used to partners. They're used to having another angler in them, or in the boat with
You can
them.
only use 2 lines in the tournament, so it was just a tough call. I like to troll. I'm gonna
put it on plane for a second, okay? You ready? If I put it on plane already, you're good?
What's that?
If I put it on plane for a second, you're
My
okay?
guess it'll be one on blade
Flatten
baits
down
and
a
rip and
little bit.
wrap somewhere out here. Bigger fish like them rattle traps.
It's interesting to see the amount of guys piled in the same area as they were 2 weeks ago. I don't think anybody was really expecting that.
Right.
Wait a minute.
We're getting a lot of people asking about trolling and things like that. I thought we
that-
would have seen it a
that's
little
not
bit
right.
more so far, and, you know, but we haven't.
See how it says 2
We've
pounds
seen a little
15?
slow pulling baits
7
and everything
ounce.
like
It's
that,
doing
but
an
nobody
average.
full-fledged
Okay.
trolling yet.
Oh, okay. So I'm all set?
Yeah, like Russell was saying yesterday, as the week goes, that may change.
Right.
You know, some of these fish may come in and come out real quick.
that?
So
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
oh, Barch is hooked up.
My gloves. That's all right. I'll get them in a minute.
That's a good one, Rich.
we need to take. That's the best comment.
Take a look at Rich Stadler's comment.
This is a great fish. I gotta take a picture of this.
That's a good one Chris has there. And he's rocking the yellow Crocs too.
Zeros.
Barry Robert, we see your comment about having a tournament while the walleye are spawning. This doesn't hurt them fish. They're getting released. They're out of the water 30 seconds at the most. This is not hurting these fish. It's no different than if you were out there catching one, you know, out just having fun fishing. So having it during the spawn is not hurting this fishery whatsoever.
I mean, look at how fast that fish was back in the water. Weighed 5'2", and the fish is back in the water.
Yeah, this is the first time I've been back in the studio to see this. And
There's one.
there we go. Hooked up again. Dylan Piotr. Yeah, it's pretty. He is. I was talking to him this morning. That is Tony's partner. They were
Correction, it's Anthony.
Anthony.
I was
Engelbert?
messaged yesterday. Yes, he likes Anthony instead of Tony, so I apologize for calling him Tony yesterday.
Yeah, they were. They were joking this morning a little bit that, you know, I don't think anybody had Anthony going forward in that bracket yesterday and going up against Brett Alexander. He had a tough draw.
Another big fish.
Oh, that's a big one.
Oh, nice.
Doesn't look like it's hooked real good either.
Right. One treble in it.
Again, now as you see this fish coming in, here's one of them gray area fish with the gill plate forward.
Right.
You know, that camera official would have to make that decision, and that's a tough decision. That's that very, very gray area. So yeah, like I started to say before you hooked this fish, it's my first time in the studio to actually see this process back here, and it's pretty awesome to see. There's a lot going on for you guys and Zach and Brian.
Well, I like Jason here. He's kind of helping us out, you know, battle the cause that we got going on here. And when we spoke to DNR, the heads of DNRs for the state of Wisconsin and Minnesota, they were super excited about this format. I mean, they have they want more tournaments to go to this catch, weigh, release format like we're doing right here. I mean, it's the future of tournament fishing, and this is just, you know, the way it's got to be.
Especially in the walleye world. I mean, the walleye world, if you put these fish in a live well, they're likely gonna die.
Yep.
If they don't die in a live well, it's going to be, you know, delayed mortality for sure. This is definitely the way to go for conservation. It's no different than anybody else out there fishing, catching them and releasing them. It's so quick and easy.
Brandon, they're on the Fox River in between De Pere and Green Bay,
For
Wisconsin.
the shallow water flat fishing, you know, it doesn't really help you tremendously. But
Yeah, a fun little tip is walleyes use 3 times the oxygen in a live well as a bass per se. So that's why in a lot of walleye tournaments they do catch and kill permits, and they donate the fish to local food pantries and stuff. So
and how many fish will come up and look at the bait, chase it, and certain baits that will finally get the fish to eat, you know. It's been a great tool.
Ooh, it's rich.
So far. It's my first time using it.
This guy is on fire
for
this
vertical jig fishing, and
morning.
it's been amazing, you know. I mean, it really has been.
Any word of Brad and Jen are getting back together?
somebody watches way too much TV or
Watches
reads the
Friends.
Inquirer.
Oh my God.
No, we got a bunch of cabins right in Minnewacan, all fully furnished cabins for people to stay at. Pick people up right at their cabins, and
There's some pretty big
about a
fish
mile
caught
from the
today.
boat
His
ramp.
average is
Go right from
4.3.
there.
Yeah, some real big fish caught.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Come on, I need another bite. I don't. I just fish. Nope, I've never really gotten into hunting. I could do it, but I like fishing way too much.
Yeah, looks like the guys are getting lucky with some weather too. That rain that we were supposed to get pretty much stayed out of the Green Bay area. There was a little bit of drizzle right at takeoff, but no rain to be really measured.
Romania is checking in again. Do we have people from all over the world watching yesterday? UK, Canada was on, Romania. I think I remember like Italy or something like that. It was insane.
The reach is unbelievable.
Hey, this is pretty cool.
It just proves that people want something to watch.
I'm going to share this in the comments right now. Actually, Kyle's got one of these on right now. These are some of the head-to-head hats came in. This one right here. It's an awesome hat.
Yeah, you can head over to therealshot.com. We do have some hats in stock that we were able to get late last week, so they're in stock, ready to be ordered on the website. There's also head-to-head stickers available on there as well.
Yeah, yep. So if you just search H2H here, I'll just send everybody to the... We got some other hats that are on pre-order right now.
Yeah, a guy yesterday was telling me how, he's got like a damn, basically a camper on ice with the heated floors, TV, cable, everything.
The winner of this event gets $5,000.
Luxury fishing.
All right, well, everybody, Kyle Carpenter is stepping out. He's got to get back to being a tournament director. Thanks, Kyle, for tuning in. You'll hear some more from him throughout the week.
This might be a big one.
Looks like Kurt Gribble's hooked up again, huh?
Craig, those Purple Passions, Russell just brought those this morning, so it might take a couple hours for those to get in stock. They're going to go fast again.
We'll try to post when I hear they're in. Yeah.
Yep. we're got. Let's just be honest here. We're a little short staffed here due to everything that's going on, and we're still trying to catch up from orders from yesterday. Everybody that ordered yesterday, we appreciate it, and we'll continue to go ad free again if you guys keep heading over to therealshot.com and taking advantage of that. Otherwise, we'll have to start playing some awesome commercials that we have. So keep shopping therealshot.com. Take advantage of that H2H 10 code for 10% off.
Want to just show her real quick? Just hold it up.
Spawned out, looks like. Or a male. Hopefully catch a bunch of both today.
Yep. Nice.
Saw on the graph there, Kirk Gribble's in 8 feet of water, 7.88 feet. He's up on top of a flat, up towards the 172 right? There.
Yep.
If I get it right, I'm not going to mess with it later, right?
And if you just want to flash it towards me, then.
Entry fees for the tournaments, Todd, are $500.
Yep. I'll share that registration page again.
We've got openings for both of the Winnebago events yet.
Yeah, there is normally a slot limit on this body of water this time of year.
Back to Walleye Mafia here live. Oh, he's hooked up.
In a hurry to go somewhere.
That looks like a nice fish. It's got that rod bent over pretty good.
Barely moving it.
Yep.
If that's a walleye, that's a stud walleye.
Like a frickin' log. I don't know if it's snagged or... Or that big girl that I'm looking for.
Holy man.
Just getting the Beckman ready.
This appears to be a huge fish.
Could be a Slavosaurus. I mentioned that before. You see him getting the net ready. Everybody has a little bit different angle on it, but he's making sure that net's ready for when that fish comes up.
Oh, here we go.
Got him. It's a nice one.
Yeah, that's another great fish. I don't know if it's our first 10-pounder. I think it's probably another, 6-pound fish?
I didn't get a great look at him, to be honest with you, but yeah, it's a fat fish.
3-pounder, 3.5.
Yeah, I was way off again.
Zeros.
It was last night. Brian and Zach again are doing a great job at their
411, Kevin?
411.
411, yeah, it's a nice fish.
411. So yeah, we kind of missed out on this yesterday a little bit, but great work to the camera operators. Great work again to Brian Keller and Zach Hoffman for making this stream the way it looks today and yesterday and the last week. They did a phenomenal job.
Ooh, Nick Shirts is hooked up.
So again, if you wouldn't mind at some point, show them a little love in the comments. Tell them they're doing a great job. Or if you want to, tell them what suggestions you want to see better. They probably love it for that.
While Nick's working this fishing, one of the things I wanted to mention, Matt, is, I'm aware of some of this stuff, but the people, the public might not be, which is that fishing's a lot like NASCAR in the sense that there's teams.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? A lot of these guys, maybe with a smaller field like this, not a bunch, but some of these guys, I should say, work together. I'll give you an example. Nick and I know Jake Lapine talk. I don't know how much exactly they share, but I do know they talk. Eric Hadia and Brett Alexander are great friends, so I'm sure they were talking and sharing info. You just mentioned, let him get this fish. Got him. Nice one.
Oh, just avoided a penalty potentially right there.
Anthony Engelbert and Dylan Piotr are obviously teammates. They share info. Last tournament we had Jeff Nectarline and Ryan Foster, teammates. They share info. So what I find really interesting is some of these guys, you know, they work off of each other. Some of them don't seem to mind what happened to the guy yesterday. I mean, Shirts started right where Lapine finished yesterday. Lapine didn't have a great day. Shirts obviously has enough confidence in that area that he went right back there.
Yep.
310.
Hold on. 3 pounds, 10 ounces.
310.
Shifted a little bit, but
Okay.
3 pound, 10 ouncer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I know. And
Start for today.
you're going to see a lot more in the walleye world of that team set format because it is. But once we get into the bass world, it's mostly all individuals.
Right. But even with the sharing info wise, like guys would probably be like, well, why do they do that? Well, you just can't cover a big body of water by yourself in 5 days. Now, that's one of the nice things about H2H that I really like. As a guy that's fished a lot of tournaments before, and a lot of walleye tournaments, I never was in a position where we had big groups of guys that we shared info with. We mostly just did it ourselves, or I did it myself.
God, it took a long time to get it.
Boy, Kirk Ribble is just on fire today. He's already over 20 pounds, man.
Yeah.
But what I want to finish saying was that, you know, if you're a guy that can't really or don't really have a big group
Probably the biggest one of the day for me.
of people that you're sharing info with, what's nice about the head-to-head is that it's restricted to smaller sections of bodies of water, so you don't have to be so worried about covering a vast. Got him! That is a tank.
That fish appears to be spawned out, too.
Yeah. That's a long one, for sure.
Taking them all day long.
Jigging plastic there.
That looked like something different. That didn't look like a bee fishing, did it?
No.
Still 0.
He's catching so many fish, the scale doesn't even have time to shut off.
Yeah.
5-2.
Wow. He's just on fire right now.
5-2.
So, that fish is obviously spawned out.
Yeah.
How big do you think that fish would have been a couple days ago?
7-8 pounds. Yep. 7-8 pounds.
5-2.
Thank you, Tim. We appreciate that. A lot of people saying they're not going to be able to get a whole lot of work done again today.
Yeah. Just last thing, finishing that up. So at any rate, one of the things I liked about head-to-head is with the smaller sections of bodies of water, people can, you know, some of the anglers that maybe don't have a big group can fish it themselves, cover the body of water, and feel confident that they can compete in a format like this. We got Nick Shirts hooked up again.
In the background there, I can't tell whose boat that is, but you can see one of our
Just had
camera
to find the ones that want
officials.
to eat a little bit.
Oh, that's Ryan Dempsey in the background.
Yeah,
Scans
it's
are
a
different every day.
Ranger.
It's crazy.
I think isn't Ryan in a nitro?
That last spot I went to try to move
That looks like
to,
a Ranger.
Is it?
where I just clobbered him. Last time I fished there, there's nothing there. Can't fish if there's no fish there.
Got him.
Another long one. Dempsey is borrowing a boat, says Brandon.
That's why they would be Dempsey. Yep.
Well, yeah, that's a good point. A lot of people get new boats every year, and with this Corona, things are delayed.
Zeros?
Just about an hour in already, and we've seen some impressive weights.
the fish are much more active today. There's absolutely no doubt about it.
£4 even.
4 pounds even.
4 pounds even good. Which are those in my...
All right, so he's going to enter that into the weigh live, and you're going to see that populated in the bottom of your screen. Make sure you keep track of that total scoreboard at the bottom. It's going to keep you updated on all the catches and weights and the fun that's going on today on Head-to-Head Metro Madness.
Nick Schertz is one of the members of the Team USA ice fishing team.
Is that a fun fact?
It is a fun fact. Also, Max Wilson is a member of the Team USA ice fishing team.
Really?
There is only, I believe, 4 members each year.
I might as well throw $20 in the swear jar right away. I'm doing pretty good so far.
Some guys have fished it 1 year, 2 years, but Nick has fished it a bunch of years.
Yeah, I mean, you come in here, you don't fish here a lot.
Even baits,
just figuring out
a lot of baits these days that come with
kind of the cadence. You know, what's it going to be? Is it going to be a dragon plastic? Is it going to be a hair jig bite, rip and wrap, long sweeps, short pops? The cadence, you know, blade baits, casting downriver, casting across the river, pulling it upriver. That's the stuff the little attention to detail stuff. When you guys are watching the videos today, you make sure you watch the way the guys that are catching them, watch the way they're giving it the double pop or the long sweep, whatever, casting up current, down current. Those are the attention to detail things that you got to pay attention to. That's why they're catching them.
Eric just gave everybody a tutorial on why head-to-head is so cool, because you can do exactly that. You can watch why somebody's catching fish, and everything that he just said is exactly true. In a river system like this, not only is what kind of bait you have important, but we talked about that yesterday with Jesse Brady. Jesse Brady was doing something I haven't seen anybody on the river all year do, and I've been out there a few times and I've watched a pile of head-to-head, which is he was taking a rip and wrap and basically dragging it across the bottom, which is a much slower tactic that was obviously working for him versus the sort of standard traditional pop of the rip and wrap.
Well, and it paid off for him. He had the biggest weight of the day with 47 pounds, 10 ounces. And a 9 pound, 8 ounce fish, 9 pound, 9 ounce fish. It was huge.
Yeah, that fish was a big fish for sure.
Yeah, Anthony had the second biggest weight yesterday with 44.4.
Yeah, we had 2 monster weights yesterday for sure.
That last hour, for those who stopped watching after about 4 hours yesterday, they missed out on an awesome battle.
They sure did.
A lot of people were mentioning their brackets are all busted already just because that battle right there.
Yep. I was the first one to admit yesterday I got a whopping 0 correct. So that just goes to show you, I mean, there's no way to predict this. You have 16 fantastic anglers who any one of them legitimately could win the entire thing. Here we're looking at the matchup of Dempsey and Husky. Marianne's leading right now by about 3 pounds. Yep, exactly 3 pounds. Ryan's on the board with 1 fish for 2 pounds 15 ounces, and Marianne has 2 fish for 5 pounds 15 ounces. Marianne, I think, still popping a rip and wrap. Ryan, I think, was using plastic. I didn't see exactly, but Ryan's up somewhere on that front flat up by the county landing on the west side. I haven't paid attention enough to know exactly where Marianne's at this point, but a lot of fishermen were up on that flat, up in that 7-8 foot yesterday by the county landing. Should we talk about rods for a minute?
Yeah, go for it. I was going to mention, there's been a lot of people asking about, what setups most of the anglers are using.
Yeah, so each angler is going to be a little different. A lot of these fishermen have a sponsor or whatever, a particular rod brand that they use. But a couple basic things for people watching. anything between a 6 foot and a 6'6", medium light action is really a preferred rod for vertical jigging in a river situation like this. Otherwise, what I see a lot of guys using is like a 7 foot, a 6'10", I would say, to a 7'3", somewhere in that range, Matt. With a 7 foot, 7'3", probably being the most popular in a medium action type rod, as they're using rip and wraps, blade baits, a heavier type thing. And what they want is they want a strong backbone for hook set with a lighter tip yet for fight ability. And almost all of them are using braided line.
Yeah, what pound test do you think that most of these guys are using? You said braid, but they're using a fluoro leader or some kind of leader line?
12, 15, and 20 seem to be the most popular. I prefer 15. I've also seen a lot of guys are using high-vis braided line, which I think makes sense because a lot of times you will see a bite. Almost all the fishermen, when they're using a glide bait, like a blade bait or a rip and wrap, when they cast it and they go to rip it, they'll drop their rod instantly so that bait can free fall. The downside of that is you won't feel the bite on the fall, right? So if you have a high-vis line, you can actually a lot of times see that line jump, and you know that you had a bite and set the hook. If we just looked at, we missed it there, but Chris Barsh was just checking his bait, and you could see his fluorocarbon leader on there. I like about a 15 to 17 pound fluorocarbon leader for glide baits, as it's nice and heavy and stout, and it doesn't get tangled up in the glide baits.
Usually
if you use too light a line.
Good. The vertical jig but tournament, you want big fish. So jigging, yeah, you get some big ones, jigs and plastics, vertical. But a lot of the bigger fish, typically, I've seen,
It's easy to overanalyze,
you know, guys are getting them
Depeer,
on blade baits, ripping wraps and stuff like that, jigs and moxies and plastics.
But I mean, today I fished
fishing
in
stuff.
this kind of area pretty tight, and
I've been really
it
impressed
seemed like
with
the current was a little
the new
off, a little
Viper
slower
tackle
than when I
blade
was catching
baits.
them
I
down
just started
further.
using them this year.
That's why I moved up a little
And
bit.
some of the
It seemed to
custom
work for a couple
TRS
bites there, but
rip and wraps and stuff.
Just when
I
you think you
tried
have
to
them
get some.
figured
They're
out
all gone now.
off again.
One color.
Yeah,
So
moving around to find some
That's
nice
weird.
fish, or change
I don't know.
it up a little bit.
I might as well just put out a bobber with a plastic and put.
We just heard Eric mention some of our customs here at the Real Shot. I mean, we have a lot of them. Just kind of shop some of our TRS customs there of all kinds of stuff. I mean, salmon tackle, jig and wraps, rip and wraps, blade baits, husky jerks,
Flicker minnows,
flicker
shads,
flicker
bandits,
shads.
perfect tens. I mean, we got it all.
We got it all from a lot of the best painters in the United States for sure.
Yeah, and we do a really nice mix of, we use some of the painters, like JT Custom Tackle would be a great example. He's kind of a branded custom painter. He's got colors that people know, like Huff and Puff, and a bunch of different colors that he has that everybody would know around. Golden Boy, things like that. And then we have custom painters who basically paint all colors that we design.
Yep.
That we pick, which, like the Purple Passion would be a prime example. That's a Doc's custom bait, but I actually originally designed that 3 or 4 years ago, that he painted for me on some bandits, and then we've put it on some other stuff. So it's nice what we got going on here at the Real Shot, because we've got a good combination of popular colors that the painters are doing themselves already and popular colors that only we have, which makes it really nice for guys who are looking for something a little bit different. The hot color pattern yesterday, Cheyenne, was Purple Passion and a Rip and Wrap. That's what the top two anglers' top two weights had yesterday, I believe, or were using. And then I think Anthony was using looked like somewhat of a chartreuse and orange blade bait. Couldn't tell if it was, I think somebody thought it was a Vibe blade bait or a Vibe E or whatever.
Yep. Yeah, all the events are 16 people. But the salmon events are those are team events.
Well, it's still 16 boats, but it's...
oh, yeah, correction. Yes,
yeah.
Thank you.
I was actually just going to mention that. I was going to say, speaking of salmon, so we have 2 events coming up this year for sure. Brian and I are always working on what else could we do, right? But for sure we have 2 events coming up this year, Sturgeon Bay in August and Sheboygan in September. Sheboygan is full already. That's going to be an awesome, an awesome event. Fall king fishing right in front of the Sheboygan Harbor. I expect that to be really exciting stuff. And then we have that August event in Sturgeon Bay. That also will be a lot of fun. I expect a lot of kings to be caught, screaming drags. A lot of chaos with 2 fishermen on the boat trying to net 20, 25-pound kings, maybe even a 30-pound king. So it's going to be some crazy fun action and something totally different that nobody's seen before. This nobody's seen before in the walleye world, and that head-to-head format with only 2 people nobody's seen before in the salmon world.
Yep, it's 500. It's exactly 500 a boat for that.
500 a boat. Yep. There is a few spots in the Sturgeon Bay event left yet. We did just get confirmation that the Gold Rush is full. The online hooked up here, Marianne Husky.
Yeah, so that means we're a go again for next week, April 13th through the 17th.
Going crazy. You just want to, well, no, you probably can't do that. Never mind.
Looking for a hand right away, used to that team format.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, one of the things I was just thinking when she said that is some of these other circuits too, I don't think you necessarily can't ask for help, but in this particular event, the camera person is only there to be the official and be the camera person.
Yep.
Not there to assist in any fishing.
I suppose we'll take it, huh?
Nice male there.
Yeah?
Yep.
Yep, Jay Mitchell's all over it. The winner of this event gets $5,000.
All males.
Jeff, we'll take a look at Racine Kenosha in the future. Absolutely.
The other one was winner of the rules up for the salmon tourneys.
It's not blinking though.
We've got.
Yep. Good. 0.
Yeah, we've got the basic rules set. I think that'll probably get listed, as I said, I think yesterday, probably this week would be my expectation, is they'll be on the internet. We've sort of gave the basic rules to a lot of the people that have signed up. It's 2 in a boat. It's going to be 10 fish total. Salmon only for the 2 events we're on.
3-1 or 3-2?
3-2. Locked in at 3-2.
3-2.
I didn't want to talk over Marianne there. So 2 fishermen per boat for the salmon tournaments. It'll be a total of 6 lures. So you'll be able to run 6 lures at one time.
Sorry about your boat, Matt. It's getting kind of messy.
10 fish total, and both of the events we have so far are going to be salmon only. So cohos or kings. And then there'll be a couple of fun rules like, if it's a...
So the leader
Yep.
is Kurt Grable at 22 pounds.
Whoa.
I think
Good for him.
When I moved that backpack, I may have hit your thing. I had to put it back on spot lock just
Oh,
so you're aware of
that's
that.
all right. No worries. We'll get it back in place here.
Don't worry, Jason, we're awake. Yeah, there's a lot of people commenting tail hooked. I don't know if you guys just got on or what. We've talked about this like 7 times, so I'm kind of almost to the point of tired of talking about it, but I want to keep people informed.
Swap with me. Be easier for you.
So the rule...
I'll stand back here. Just come on, trade with me. Fish, 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 fish.
Ooh, Eric's hooked up. Eric's looking to get on the board yet.
By you anyways. That's all we got to do is we just got to talk about switching spots and I'll catch one.
You just gotta mention what's there.
Right? Well, I just switched up, went from an aggressive style, rip and wrap blade bait, missed a couple fish, and I decided to go to a jig. And this is a post-spawn female. Come on. Wouldn't you know it, I'm on the board.
You can tell Eric is a TV guy, and he always has been. Great TV fisherman, had his own TV show.
That's about a 3.5, 4 pounder.
And what I meant by that, Matt, is he was playing that fish like he wanted the camera to see it for a long time.
Most guys haven't tried it. Is I'm using a little tungsten jig head, a T-clam Pro Tackle jig head. This is the same jig head I use for smallmouth, same bait I use for smallmouth. If you guys want to catch a lot of fish, you try fishing with a Ned rig in the river for walleyes or for bass. Obviously, it works really good. I'm on the board. Oh, let's go. It feels so good. Finally. Man, probably getting my butt kicked.
All right, Russell, let's
Oh, well. I'm
let
having
the
fun.
bidding begin here now
This
that you
one's for
see
you guys
the
at
Ned
home.
rig.
Love you guys.
Dropping it in the comments
My
right
family.
here.
Show me the zeros, please.
Oh, sorry.
Let's let the e-commerce guys know that better get ready to pick some Ned rigs.
Yeah. That was actually a secret in the last tournament that didn't get out because...
People? 3.5, 4 pounder, 3 pounder. Come on, give me some weight. She spawned out. 4-4. 4-4. Got it?
4-4.
4-4. We on the board.
One of the anglers who had just an awesome
Here we
day
go.
in the inaugural
Let's not get any
tournament
penalties. I
got
get
beat by a little bit more awesome day.
Plenty of penalties at home.
And that
Look at
angler
that
saw a lot of
beautiful
success with the Ned rig, but we didn't get a chance to talk about it because they only fished the one day.
I gotta register that on that darn internet. See if I can figure this out now.
Fans want to know.
All right, let's see here. Let's go to. Okay. My username is. Yep. Sign in. What? So now what do? Record new catch?
Correct.
Plus, and then I do 4-4. 4 pounds. Done. 4 ounces. Done. All right.
On the board.
We are on the board. Well, that
Back to Ryan Dempsey here.
Dempsey's hooked up here.
I think it's kind of interesting that you can kind of see here now that we've watched this for a while that some anglers are out here for the money. Some anglers are out here just for the experience.
Yep.
You know, and some are just looking to make a name or continue to build that name.
Exactly.
Jay Mitchell, the Way Live is just a website right now. It is not yet available for the public. We're working on it. We eventually will get it into app form. Hot color yesterday, Travis. Purple Passion, Rip and Wrap. Orange, yeah. It was anything besides purple.
Let's show you the zeros there.
An orange and chartreuse blade bait was definitely the hot bait at the end.
Yeah.
I mean, Anthony Engelbert went on just an absolute heater.
Yep.
311.
Wow, Dempsey's having another great day.
Dempsey's that sort of silent assassin. I don't really think he's the type of guy that he hasn't had a hot start yet in his few days of fishing on head-to-head. He kind of just slow and steady, picks away at him. He seems to be behind, and then all of a sudden, with an hour to go, he's in the lead.
So again, Russell, you had kind of talked about the rod and reel setups. I mean, anything different you think with that Ned rig situation that we just saw?
I mean, I would go to more of a standard jigging style rod than more of a 6.6 medium light, because I don't think that's something you really want to cast, super far. So you don't necessarily need a longer rod. But reel wise, I think the biggest thing is in the river system like this, you do want a high quality reel with a really nice drag in it. Now that doesn't mean you have to spend a lot of money. We stock some nice Pfluger Presidents, for example, that are $50 retail, I think, or $60 retail right in there. They have a really nice drag on them. You just want to make sure that you're, in a river situation like this with strong current and stuff, you have a nice high quality drag so that when that fish decides to run or you're putting consistent pressure on it, you can just kind of let that drag do its work.
Well, let's kind of catch people up at where we're at with for today. Everybody has a scoreable fish. All right, so you're going to see here at the screen there, you got Nick Shirts taking on Eric Hadia there. Nick has 2 scoreable fish with 7 pounds, 10 ounces total. Big fish for him is a 4-pounder. That's pretty awesome. But then Eric just got on the board with a 4-pound, 4-ounce fish, so that's a really tight battle. Then we go to Dylan Piotr versus Kurt Grable. There again, you can kind of see it on the bottom of your scoreboard there. Kurt's having a phenomenal start to the day there. 21 pounds, 10 ounces of fish already, and that's amazing with 5 fish. That's a 4-pound, 5-ounce average.
Yeah, Dylan Piotr's partner was down big yesterday, almost exactly at this point. I think at 21 pounds at the halfway mark. And Anthony came roaring back. So look for Dylan to just keep plugging away here. I'm sure he was cheering on his partner yesterday, and he knows that Anthony made a big comeback, and so can he. But I'm not surprised at all that Kurt's out to a big lead.
So then we go to the other matchups. We got Ryan Dempsey taking on Marianne Husky. That's a tight battle already today. I mean, we got Marianne got a slight lead right now with 9 pounds, 1 ounce with 3 total fish. Ryan's, like you said, though, he's a grinder for sure. He's at 6 pounds, 10 ounces with 2 fish. That's an average of 3 pounds, 5 ounces. His big was 3 pounds, 11 ounces. And then the final battle is Kurt versus Troy. You kind
Chris.
of see, I'm sorry. Yeah, Chris, I apologize.
Yep.
Troy's got 4 fish in the boat for 18 pounds flat, and then Chris also has 1 fish in the boat, and big fish though, 5 pounds 2 ounces.
Yeah, Chris I think also is a river rat, grinders type style fisherman. Troy started off to a hot start, but he's obviously we haven't seen him on camera here with a fish on in a little while, so Chris has got an opportunity here if he can land another fish or 2 in the next hour to kind of tighten this matchup.
Leo asks, are they using 7-foot rods? I think majority are, like you said.
Yeah, I would say, I'm going to guess a lot of guys have between a 6'10 and a 7'3", 7 foot, 7'1", 7'3", because a lot of these guys are trying to make long casts with blade baits or ripping wraps or whatever the case may be.
So I'm sharing in the comments right now the link to our walleye page on the Reel Shot website. You can kind of see there's your different categories. The spinning rods with the spinning reels is also on there. So if you're interested in kind of checking that stuff out, just click on that link, and then if you want to make a purchase, use H2H10 to take 10% off.
Yeah, type in Pfluger combo for me. See what comes up. I'll let you spell Pfluger. There you go. Was there for a second?
I was there for a second, yeah. I think it's E-U-G-R.
Ooh, hooked up here. That's Dylan, I believe, right? We were just talking about him making a comeback here. I'm gonna have Matt put a link in the description to a combo. If somebody's looking to get a Fox River combo for blade baiting or ripping wrapping, this would be a perfect combo that we have available on the TRS website or in either store. That it comes with a really nice high quality reel. and a good quality 7-foot medium action rod that would be perfect for that type of fishing.
Well, unfortunately, that one you won't be able to use head-to-head 10 though because it's already discounted.
Yep. Nice fish. The good news is it's already more than 10% off.
Right,
so
it's a better
they're
deal.
saving
than
better
10%.
anyways. $160 combo for $130 sounds like a deal to me. That's a rip and wrap fish there. Not purple either.
No.
That's more of a chartreuse.
Yeah.
Yep.
Does it have a little orange on it too? I can't quite tell because of the
Can't
scoreboard.
see the head. No.
Zeros.
0-0.
3-2.
3-2.
Todd, the scales they're using are the Rapala high contrast scales. We modify them slightly, we put a bigger Rapala grippers on there. We're hoping those should be coming into stock here any day now, so we'll have them on the Real Shot website as soon as they come into stock. They're going to sell out fast. I mean,
Yeah, they are.
We
Yeah.
could have sold hundreds of those already.
Some people might be thinking, well, like, why wouldn't you have them? I mean, it's been a week or two since the last tournament. You've been talking about it. Well, unfortunately, Rapala's closed
Right.
due to the coronavirus. So till they open back up, we aren't able to get them right now.
Yeah.
That's what makes this whole thing kind of difficult, you know. And it's people are at home, people aren't working right now, manufacturers aren't open, distributors aren't open, retail stores are limited.
What size rip and wraps are most guys running?
6s and 7s. It looks mostly like 6s to me. But yesterday I did see a couple of guys throwing 7s.
I'll drop the lipless and blade bait link in the comments here for anybody interested in checking that out. Remember, if we can keep the orders up, we'll go ad free. I don't know how many people are on right now, but where's everybody from? Thanks, Greg. We appreciate that. Got some Appleton, some Nebraska, Indiana, South Dakota, Ohio, Minnesota, Ottertail, Geneva, Saskatchewan, North Dakota.
Kurt Gribble here.
Across Bemidji.
Still working that Gobi looking plastic. I'm guessing by the way he's working it there. Ooh, he's hooked up.
Iowa.
Up on that flat on the
Good one. It's a good one. Post spawner again.
east side of the river.
Just had to switch that bait.
Up on top of the flat there. Looks like a good fish again.
Good post.
You can see his leader right there, Matt, where his junction is.
A lot of high vis line too.
Yeah. I think we got quite a bit different options. Fire line, smackdown, you know, right there, fire line.
Yeah, here's some of the Berkeley fire line.
That one ate it.
I know I went out and picked some orders yesterday and had 3 or 4 orders in a row with Berkeley Fireline high vis in it, so people were paying attention.
Flame green.
6, 7.
Just shared some of the Berkeley Fireline, the flame green that
Biggest. Let's keep on catching them.
See, Kurt's got multiple rods back there with multiple baits on them.
a lot of people like to fish that high vis line, but more of a strike indicator in this kind of current. Helps them keep track of the bait in the water, and plus this water's dirty, so the visibility doesn't really have anything too much of a concern, especially when they run some like a clear leader.
I actually use it up in the northern part of the bay as well, where it's crystal clear and you can see 10 feet down, but I just run a nice 7-8 foot fluorocarbon leader. But again, if you're using these glide type baits, especially, you're letting them free fall, you're not following them down with your rod, so it's almost impossible to feel the bite. So that high vis line lets you see it jump, and you know that you got a bite, so you can set the hook instantly so that you don't go to lift and the fish drops it when he feels pressure.
We're seeing a lot of comments. We did the same thing yesterday too. Is a lot of the trolling bite was good after dark. I mean, that's typically when it gets good, right, Russell?
Yep, absolutely. I mean, there's been guys. I mentioned the Swamp Donkey tournament. I think was a week ago Saturday. Now that was, 3 of the top 4 places were trolling out in the bay. But I mentioned in the pairing show. I mentioned at the opening yesterday. The bay was risky, and I wasn't the only person that knew that. All the anglers knew that too. Those fish are on the move, not only by the day but by the hour. And I think a lot of the anglers just found that those fish were not reliable enough to, bank their entire tournament on. Now you could go out there and you could whack a big pot of them, but the problem is it's just not, it's not consistent enough to rely on it. Now next week could be a whole different story, but that's going to be Marinette River as far as I'm under the understanding. So. Here we're looking at Dylan Piotr and Kurt Gribble. So as soon as Dylan hooked up and kind of cut the lead down a little bit before Kurt just added another one to it. So Kurt's doing a dandy of a job of keeping that 20-pound lead he's got going.
I'm gonna do a better job today, Russell, of posting some pictures to the head-to-head stories. So,
can I see just me and the guy I'm against, or can I see everybody? Okay. And then you give an update every hour? Is what you're saying right now?
I'm for salmon or fishing smallmouth right now, but I'm up here fishing walleye. Come on, eat it.
wow, that's an awesome view. Is that his bait popping there?
That's his Ned rig, yep.
I see another one coming in on the screen right now.
Here it comes, yep.
That's a big fish right there now. That's a big one. Problem with this Garmin, it's like a video game. Once you start using it, it's hard to stop fishing with it.
Well, it'd be awesome to watch that fish eat on live camera.
It's coming over by it.
Come on, eat it.
Look how tight it is to the bottom.
Yep. Yeah. It picks it up and loses it, picks it up and loses it because the fish is that tight to the bottom.
Here comes another one.
See the suspended fish up here too?
That fish is still right on his bait, though.
He's looking at it.
Yep.
He looked at it.
Very cool stuff.
Snap it.
That's Garmin Panoptics technology there.
Yeah. We just said we have that ice unit still available yet. I'll drop one of those in. But man, people buy the crap out of this for ice fishing.
Well, and it can be used for both. You just take the unit out of the bag there and use that transducer.
Yeah, here it is right here. I just dropped it in the comments.
Well today.
The link I just dropped in the comments is what you're
really
watching
good for
here.
The sport of fishing to see advanced anglers on the woman's side really kind of making leaps and bounds. So it's It's good. Good to see her catching them. See the suspended fish there? I'm not seeing a lot out here though. I'm about to move. This is not what I'm used to seeing.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
There's some more fish on the bottom there.
Yep. Those are walleyes on the bottom. Some of the suspended fish definitely could be post-spawn walleyes just floating down the river. Some could be other species. He's got one coming over. It's all over it.
Did you reel up?
I don't think so. Maybe.
He's right on it.
No, he's
Oh,
right
he's
on the
still
bait.
down
There it is. Yeah,
Oh,
he went past it.
Yep. Another one coming in behind it.
It would make a lot of people sick, I think, if they realized how many fish look at their bait every time they go to deep here and don't bite. Here comes another one right now. Here it comes. Comes.
Come on, eat it.
Wow, there's like
so
4
many
of them.
fish down there right now.
The suspended fish all up high in the water column too. It's crazy.
You like to hope those are walleyes, but there's such a mixed bag in the Fox River
Yeah,
that
marking a few
Here comes
more.
one really hot.
A few more down there near the bottom.
please catch one. Is that considered sight fishing?
It is not. Nope. Sight fishing is with the human eye.
Sluggo's wife says it's cheating. That unit is a stimulus check times 3. We do the Real Shot does layaways.
Yeah.
Yeah. Buy used equipment,
Yeah, absolutely.
firearms, archery, fishing tackle. Bill says he'd probably catch one if he put a walleye bait on. I don't know, Bill. That Ned rig catches a lot of different fish.
You can tell by the fact that, you know, there hasn't been a ton of action lately. You know, obviously the bite has slowed down. We're in kind of that mid-morning lull right now. And it seems like we always get a run there at the end.
Coming right up to him.
He's got to be spot locked on this spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if I was him and I didn't get a bite here with this many fish around pretty quick, I'd probably switch baits just to throw something else at him just to see if, you know, because there's enough fish there. He said he wasn't seeing a lot of fish before, but there's enough fish down there right now that, you know, he should have got bit if they were active at all and wanted the presentation he was offering.
Yeah, like you said, though, it kind of turns into a video game after a
It
while.
does. Yeah, it becomes very addicting watching that.
Kind of hinder the action more than help you at times.
See Dempsey switch to the Dragon plastics that we've seen a few guys do that he also did with some success.
Oh, nice family shot there, or a bunch of people out in the water today. Another great spring day here in Wisconsin. Yeah, Eric's still continuing to show the camera there, his live scope. So if we get something, we'll have the replay for everybody.
We're looking at the four-way screen right now. We got the Dempsey Husky matchup up top. I believe Marianne is still leading that matchup. And on the bottom we have Barsh and Troy Kraus, Walleye Mafia. Yeah, it looks like a local angler's fighting a nice fish right now.
Tree trout.
That is not. Oh, he's got a big stick bass. Russell, you want to kind of catch everybody up to speed here on some of the matchups and where the weights are at?
Absolutely. Here we go. So we're looking at Nick Schertz, Eric Hadia matchup. Nick's got 7 pounds, 10 ounces for 2 fish with a big fish of 4 pounds. Eric Hadia is sitting at 1 fish, 4 pounds, 4 ounces. Tight matchup. That was kind of my heavyweight battle that I was sort of expecting a little more out of. I'd like both these guys to get going a little bit and show us some fish, that's for sure. But it's a tough day overall. It seems like there's only a couple anglers that have really kind of got off to a hot start. Next matchup is Dylan Piotr versus Kurt Gribble. Dylan Piotr sitting at 2 fish with 7 pounds, 12 ounces. Kurt Gribble's at 6 fish, 26 pounds. The silent assassin Kurt Gribble is on a roll right now.
Yeah. 6 fish already. That's crazy.
Yeah, we saw Dylan Piotr is on the move. Next matchup is Ryan Dempsey versus Marianne Husky. Ryan's at 6 pounds, 10 ounces for 2 fish. Marianne Husky's at 9 pounds, 1 ounce for 3 fish. This would be a pretty interesting, I don't want to quite say upset because Marianne is a veteran tournament walleye angler, but Ryan is the, in my opinion, I think, winningest money angler on the Green Bay system, and I touted that in the last tournament, and I think he won a match or two. He's a great fisherman, so if Marianne can get by him, I think she could make some noise in this tournament for sure, because she drew a difficult matchup to start, and if she proves she can beat him, she can beat anybody in this tournament. There's no doubt about it. Right now, she's got him down 3 pounds or so.
Well, and one thing that we can kind of touch on here that we haven't really spoke about is this is all randomly drawn the way this is put under. We allow Facebook, when we do these pairing shows, to vote on these matchups, and they don't even know the names until we release them.
And neither do we.
Right.
Me and you don't.
Right.
No.
So if you haven't seen the way we pair these head-to-head matchups, just go back to our YouTube channel and look for some of the pairing shows. It's a lot of fun doing them that way, and it keeps the battles honest there.
I have to chuckle about the chat, and I appreciate it. I just was corrected, not Gribble, Grable. About an hour and a half ago, somebody corrected me, not Grable, Gribble. So it's hard to know. We're doing the best we can. I do appreciate it. I'm not picking on you. If you know,
right,
let me know. But it's hard to know. So Chris Barsh up against Troy Carouse. This was also kind of a heavyweight battle, in my opinion. I've heard through the grapevine that Chris is kind of known as one of the best river tournament fishermen there is here at the Fox River. A lot of people had high expectations for him and what he could do today. And Troy Carouse is one of the most popular Green Bay walleye fishermen with a guide service called Walleye Mafia, and he's just a very popular social media guy that gives a lot of good information out there for people on summer bites, winter bites. So if you're not following Troy and his Walleye Mafia page on Facebook and some of the social media, you probably should, because he gives out a lot of great information.
Don't be alarmed, it's not a fish.
It looks like he's trying to move to get his bait out right now. See, this is kind of an important thing, though, for an average angler that doesn't realize a certain lure, once you've caught a couple fish on it, fishermen become very sensitive to that particular bait because it's what I call broken in or chewed up. It's caught a couple fish. It's got some fish's enzymes from its mouth on it. And what he's trying to do is just, now he got it. He's trying to get straight over the top of that bait so he can sort of jiggle it out of the snag so he got it back. Be interesting to see if he
down there or something.
Takes a minute now and checks his hooks and everything or not.
So let's just cover this, Russell, here, so we don't have to answer this question a whole lot more.
Well, we're going to have to answer it more.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. So why was Marianne's tail hooked fish weighed?
Okay, so we made the head-to-head
It's exciting.
tournament committee, I guess if you want to say, or the
and
tournament
while you're talking
director
about this, I'll share
made
the
a
rules.
rule change from the first tournament to the second tournament, which was the first tournament was gill played forward. The second tournament, the rule change was made that any fish caught could be weighed unless the cameraman, who is the judge on each boat, deemed that that fish was purposely snagged. In other words, that the angler is intentionally snagging, which is basically impossible in 6-inch visibility of water. The only way you could do that is if you were sight fishing up in 1-2 foot of water in a crystal clear body of water to where you could see a bass on a bed, for example, or a spawning walleye up in 1-2 feet, right? And you could physically see them, and you could literally cast your rod up in there and literally snag that fish on purpose. That's purposely snagging, right? So that decision was made to change that rule, basically to take pressure off the camera people, because there's so many variables involved when a fish is caught in knowing how it was hooked. The bait can come out when the fish is netted. The fish could be hooked initially correctly, and then once it gets in the net, it shakes around, and one hook comes out of the mouth, and the other hook's in the gill or in the belly or whatever the case may be. So those variables, we basically just wanted to take that out of play, eliminate that gray area, and make it so that it was very easy for the camera people, and we weren't putting them in a position where they had to make a decision that could change the entire outlook of the tournament, right? Somebody could be in or somebody could be out based on a personal decision that a camera person made.
It's important to note, like you have said, these anglers are not intentionally snagging these fish. There are hundreds and thousands of walleyes in the river right now. Any cast could potentially lead to a fish hooked like that, and it just makes life a lot easier for everybody.
Yeah, the other thing too is, I've seen some people say, well, that's not good for the sport of fishing or whatever. Could be, that's your opinion, but I think this format is much better for the sport of fishing than, like Kyle said, putting 5 walleyes in a live well and dragging them around 30, 40, 20, 50 miles around Green Bay and banging them around in a live well. To me, this is a much safer and better, better way to do it. We're seeing a lot of variety of opinions on the chat, which is fine. Again, I'm not, I have no problem with somebody giving their opinion. If you don't like it, that's totally fine. Not everybody has to like the rule. You're not fishing the tournament, so you can decide not to fish it if you don't like it. Once we leave the Fox River, that's pretty much going to be, going to be a done deal as far as that goes.
Well, that's the biggest thing, Tim, is we're not keeping these fish. All these fish are getting released.
Yeah.
John Bala says that Dean Alnalderson would be the leading money winner on Green Bay. John Bala is kind of a stats expert, so if he says it, I would say it's accurate.
Rob?
Hold and see if we can get a few bites.
Who knows when we'll come to Canada or any other state at this point. I mean, it's just with the Corona stuff going on, we're keeping everything local in the state of Wisconsin. But we appreciate it. We want to come to as many different states as we can.
Yeah, Josh Glazer just made a good point. A lot of people are saying, why would a snag fish, why would he be able to weigh it and this and that? The key is they're not keeping the fish. So they can, we can allow them to weigh whatever we want.
Right.
They're not keeping them. They're going back in. So, in 2 tournaments of fishing, I have not seen any styles of fishing, any types of lures or anything that has concerned me about somebody intentionally trying to catch fish that were, not hooked correctly. Right. Some of that's happened, of course, but I haven't seen anybody that gave me any indication that they're trying to do it.
I agree, Austin.
Yeah, we agree with Austin as well. So we're going to be done with that.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. We appreciate it. We really do. We're just trying to keep everybody informed because we do know, unfortunately, the one thing about a 5-hour live, right, is that people come in and out at different times. So there are people that don't understand when they see something, why they saw it, and they ask the question.
Let's get to this Andrew's comment there. A lot of this stuff is all based on upload speeds, the cell reception, so we would love to come to Sturgeon Bay. We just know there's some areas up there that are not good for cell coverage. We tried to do a Wisco event up there, a Wisco Bass Series event last year, and we just had real poor cell reception. So we absolutely would love to try to come to that Sturgeon Bay area, and that'd be an awesome smallie event. We get it. Yep, we're done. We're done talking about the fall hook rule. Love all the comments. Thank you, everybody.
We're looking at the Nick Shirts Arcadia matchup here. They're still at 2 fish, 1 fish. We're just about the 2 hours done. We're closing in on the 3 hour left window. The time goes fast. Jake Lapine said it yesterday. Somebody, I think he asked his camera person how much time was left, and they said an hour, and he was like, really? You know, I mean, in shock. It goes fast.
Nicholas, we had to redo the whole 2020 schedule. So if you go, I'll share the links here to the registration page. It has all the new events for 2020 due to COVID-19 and us trying to keep up with the social distancing and everything like that. We unfortunately had to make some changes to the 2020 schedule. So I just shared the link there so you can see. The cool thing about it is we're allowing people to fish more than one event now.
That's when I'll hook up to my like 30-incher, pre-spawn, 12-pounder. Be in the middle of a piss.
I don't want to jump on any of these guys if they're talking, but can see both of them using. Dylan's kind of using a drag type technique.
Yeah.
Kurt Gribble's kind of just popping small pops, hops. A lot of guys will call him a hop. Ooh, Dylan's hooked up, I think.
Thank you, Tobin. We really appreciate it.
I never hung around spots this long pre-fishing. I just kept on moving and I kept on catching. But I know this spot's just gonna get better as the day goes on. I mean, it'll get better again. Just not good right now.
Kurt's using a small pop
It'll get better.
type strategy. Eric Hadia mentioned earlier, for you folks out there watching, definitely keep an eye out for what these anglers are doing, their technique, their motion, their cadence, as a lot of people call it. Jim Peters, we do carry Hutch jigs. Matt's going to work on getting you a link to that up there. We've got the Hutch jigs. I think we've got his flies. We've got plastics. We've got all kinds of stuff from him.
The one thing here is I'm seeing a lot of people were excited for that area, like that Stevens Point area. Again, there's a lot of areas we want to bring head-to-head to, just due to basically the way it ended up this season, we're fishing bodies of water we know we have coverage on.
I want to stay.
Tobin, thank you for the order. Rick appreciates the work.
24?
Thanks, Dave.
I can't remember. I'm up 18 pounds. That's all I know.
I know Dave. He's a good guy. Stops in at both stores. Great customer for TRS.
If I sit and don't catch anything for another hour.
Leo, I would say.
Not a good pace. I have to keep on catching them.
3/8 ounce jigs quite a bit.
It's just a little ways away. But all these people down here, if I leave, I won't get this back. At least not the way I want to fish it. I want to set right on the seam right here. This is where I want to end up, for the last 2 hours a day, right on the seam here. And cast outside, cast inside, catch them on both sides wherever I see them. But if I leave, I won't get that. I'll be stuck on the inside or stuck on the outside and still catch fish, but I don't know.
Pole that we used to catch the first fish today.
Yeah, I had that one on. I've been rifling between that one and a couple other baits. I don't know, I'm the type of guy to just rifle through a bunch of stuff until I can figure out what's actually working.
Okay.
About as calm as you get there, Matt. Talking, hooks a fish, keeps talking. Pretends like it's no big deal.
We'll have to reposition the microphone box.
Tight.
Return it. Gotcha.
Whitefish.
Yeah.
That's a 2-minute penalty.
Oh, yeah.
Even with the whitefish?
Yep.
Oh, come on, man.
Timeout. Yep. He's going to put the dunce hat on and sit in the naughty chair.
Unfortunately, it's all the fish.
I guess. No problems.
That would be a timeout, a 2-minute penalty.
Yes.
Great call by the cameraman.
Oh, I guess so.
The payouts for these events are $5,000 for the winner, and then the runner-up gets $1,400
Up in
bucks.
that area, like where you were yesterday. I just don't want to go up there. Yeah, it's. I would bet that where you were with that guy yesterday, probably within 100 yards of where I've been getting a lot of fish up there. But I'm catching them on these plastics. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Oh, I know I could go up there and scrape another, probably 7 or 8 out throughout the day, but a part of me wants to run somewhere
Devin
else
Miller
and try
beat
to home
Rob
run it again,
Course.
go bang, bang, bang. Some good ones.
Yeah, I'll post a bracket here.
Don, the penalty was he
Disappointed
threw the
I
fish
haven't
back
had a-
above the
I have
gunnel.
not caught a pack full of spawn female yet. I mean, not like I have, but more spawned out fish than anything. You wait right here another hour, and another 100 of them move in, and you catch another 20, and there you go. The day's over pretty much.
I'm going to switch out with Captain Keller here for a little bit, so I'll be back in a little bit, folks. Hopefully the action heats up for you.
From just like in general, what everybody else has got. Missed it.
Looks like Eric Hottie is on the move.
Okay. I can. That's what I did a few minutes ago. I just looked
10 pound 8 ounce.
for his.
He's at 10 pound 8 ounce, and then Kurt still has the lead at like 24 pounds.
We're ready.
Okay. Yeah, mine hasn't refreshed, and I'm at
Captain
9
Keller
pounds
here
1
with
ounce.
Kyle. Good
Hey,
morning.
I'm back. We gave the other guys a little break. They're going to go eat some breakfast,
Okay,
so
that's fine.
or go pick orders, one or the other.
Yeah, they're probably going to go pick orders. The website's been hot, so everybody get out there and check the blade baits out, the rip and wraps, all the different jig products we have, braided lines, the St. Croix rods.
Yeah, I was just in the warehouse by the guys a couple minutes ago, and they are working effortlessly to get all the orders out for everybody. And
Well, the fishing was really hot early, wasn't it?
yeah, seems like the big girls were biting right away. Oh, here's another one. Kurt Grable.
Boy, Grable's putting on a clinic today, isn't he? Boy, that's fun watching
that's
those
another
fish
good
come
one.
in, isn't it?
The water's a lot clearer than I was expecting it to be that far upriver.
Well, Kyle, you're a bass guy, right?
I am.
Now, what do
I
you
am.
think of this walleye stuff?
These things with teeth are a little different. It's been an adjustment of changing my mindset over to try to think like these guys do, and I've been thinking like a bass fisherman for a long time, 20 years, and I lean on you and Brian for some expertise, and and Russell obviously.
Yep. Yeah, we've been I've been fishing for 60 years. And I'm still learning every day. I mean, one thing about fishing, you never get a wrap on it.
Yep.
You think
Swipe right rod. Been using the rod I just caught this fish on all week. 4-1. Been using this rod I just caught this one on all week, and he's got these carbon fiber blanks and this really, really light reel seat. I needed one of those rods before this thing kicked off, and he got it to me yesterday afternoon.
Oh, that's a brand new rod there?
Brand new, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know much about rods. Assuming there's better than,
Yeah.
There's good ones, bad ones, all that.
4-1, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, nice fish.
All right, I'm going to switch this. Good thing I didn't switch this.
Yeah. Sounds like it's been quiet.
Yeah, we were talking about the walleye bass deal, but yeah, this walleye fishing kicks some serious tail.
Yeah, we do have a bass event coming up here in 2 weeks on Lake Winnebago as well, so there is some spots open left in that one.
Okay, good.
Looking to get that one filled up for sure.
Yeah, get on the website, folks, H2H Fishing.com.
Yeah, the dates on that one are April 20th through the 24th. Looks like we have 5 spots left for that one as well.
I'm looking for a clear path. You want to swap now?
And that's not many. That'll go
Let's
fast.
swap out now.
Well, Marianne's got one hooked up.
Marianne's a very good fisherman. Fisherwoman, I should say, but
Fisher gal.
she doesn't mind. She, I know her well. Brian knows her well, and she's a good lady. Come on, Marianne.
Oh, man, we Ann.
Oh, yes,
got it.
she got it in. Nice work.
Did you see that? Almost lost him. Woo!
Looks like a rip and wrap.
That, my folks, is an example
In
of
the
a
bass
really
world, it's
bad
called
net
a
job.
rattle trap or a lipless crankbait.
And
Yep.
still come around with success.
Yep. Marianne said that was a
It's a
bad net job, but it was a good net job because you got it in. A bad
Yeah,
net
that's
job is
funny.
when they get off.
He must have come in and out of the net like at least twice. All right, we'll take care of that later.
Yeah, real quick and easy way. She just checked the line as she was unhooking it for phrasing the line, so she's all ready to go for the next cast.
Yeah.
Very efficient.
Yep. I retied a main knot on every big
What
fish,
do we got going on up there?
but they're using braid with heavier leaders, so.
Zero.
Yeah, I would think they're at least 12 to 15 pound leaders with the water
Yep.
clarity.
Yep. Yep. So that braid is so strong.
Okay, gotta do it. It's still it's got one on.
Oh. Hit this again?
Hit button one more time.
Okay.
There we go. Now we got 0.
Yeah, it's
Where are we at? 3.9 locked in maybe?
nice fish, Marianne.
3.9.
3.9.
3.9, very nice.
See you,
Yeah, I
buddy.
don't know if you saw that, but she checked her leader material when she brought the fish in to see if it was frayed.
Yeah, very efficient.
Where'd my page go? I lost
But
it.
see, that's experience. That because every one of us has lost fish with bad leaders. And it's too late once the fish is gone. Plus, you lose your good bait. I don't mind losing. Yeah, the fish you don't want to lose, but you don't want to lose your bait either.
Especially when it gets broke in.
Yep. As Russell talks about, there's nothing better than a broken in bait and a broken in leader.
There's Hottie has got one.
Stay on.
Yeah, he's only one fish behind, so this is going to put him just about tight if he gets it in.
Nice walleye.
Look at that rod bend. This is going to be a big one, folks. Again, thanks for watching H2H, everybody. It's very, very exciting. Very awesome. Oh, here it comes. Nope. It's just too small.
That's legal?
Yes.
Yeah, see, there's that situation of a fish coming in, you know, the foul hook rule. That he can weigh that fish, so that if it goes 2 pounds, it will count. Which it looks like it will.
He even said, "Can I weigh that?"
Yep.
Like you mentioned before, you don't want to put the camera official in a precarious situation. And all the fish are being released safely anyway, so
3.5.
we're not hurting anything.
Well,
Where are we at, partner?
4.7.
4.7. All right.
Nice fish.
Such beautiful thick fish, you know? All right.
Now, for people outside the area, they have to be 28 inches if you're going to keep one. You can get one fish over 28 inches.
Yep, that's
So this is really an early catch and release. Fun. It's fun fishing.
yeah. You see thousands of people flock to the pier this time of year every year.
But nobody's fishing for meat. Nobody's fishing for meat. Plus those big fish, you'll probably let them go anyway. Take a picture and get a plastic mount. But don't kill the fish. I don't know how many thousands of fish I've caught. I can't remember the last one I killed.
Yeah, that's the goal, is to let them go, let them grow.
It's amazing.
You know, there's a lot of bass in Door County that get caught on beds, and you know, people fish during the spawn, and I'm guilty of it. It's cool to see the same fish year over year spawn on the same bed.
Yeah.
You know, 3-4 years in a row.
Isn't that amazing? Now, Hottie just went ahead of Shirts. Husky's got a 2-pound lead on Dempsey. Kraus has got a 13-pound lead on Barch, and Hottie and Shirts are close. It's 1 pound difference. And Grable's running away with it so far.
Yeah, so far. As we know yesterday, there's no lead that's safe.
It's a bait. One thing I do, guys, that I like to do is this front treble hook right here on your ripping wraps. Is I take a number 6 EWG, extra wide gap, real sticky hook. Seems to help get a few more hookups on the Gamakatsu EWGs. Number 6.
There goes a little tip, folks.
Yep.
You know, I've fished all over the country and all over the world, and there's no two places that fish the same. It's absolutely amazing. You think you got a lot, go to Canada, they don't use any of the stuff we use here. Go to Lake Erie, it's all different.
Yeah,
Go over to the river, Wisconsin River, it's different. Oshkosh is different, they pull flies. You know, nobody's pulling flies here. So it's amazing.
Is that a water clarity thing or
I don't really know.
just the forage that they eat?
Yeah, I think it's, and it's the current and it's the depth, and like, this is a lot bigger body of water. So I don't know whether the flies are as effective as they are, and you got the narrow river in Oshkosh.
Yep.
It's probably got something to it. And the current in Oshkosh could be a lot stronger than here because it's a lot narrower. Yeah. We won't bring that up, Brian.
Brian had one hit the filter there.
He
so.
did. I went to Winneconne this morning before I came in here and checked the river, and it's full of boats.
Oh, I bet.
North and south of the new bridge is full of boats.
Everybody practicing that social distancing, staying 6 feet apart.
Yep, so check out all your jigging and all your equipment here at TRS. And we got the selection for early spring walleyes. Anything you want, we have it. The flies, the jigs, the rip and wraps, the different lines, the different rods, the different reels.
It's funny, you're watching the questions here, the comments. There's quite a few people talking Eric needs to organize his boat. He is a guide. He's in that boat probably more than any one of us, and that's his office. I know if you walk into my office right now, it's kind of a mess. So.
Yep. Well, I know I got a 21-foot Ranger, and I know every bolt and nut in the thing. Might look like a mess sometimes, but I know where everything is.
Yep. I bet you if you ask Eric for any bait, he can.
Oh yeah.
He can dig it out.
Oh yeah. Larry and we got 20 boxes of baits, and we know exactly where those baits are when we need them. So again, everybody, thanks for watching. I think we have over 1,000 live stream right now. I don't know what we have on YouTube, probably 500, 600, 700. So another very successful match this morning. Almost 2,000, Brian just said, combined between Facebook and YouTube.
Yeah,
that
that's
doesn't
not counting
count
the website either.
Doesn't count the website, so well over 2,000. So that might be a record. It's a record for sure. So we're breaking records almost every day. Word's getting out. People are talking. People are texting. People are shut in with the virus. I mean, they're watching this in the bathroom, in the shower. They got waterproof containers over their phones. They're watching it in the living room. They're watching it on the big screen. They're watching it in their cars or listening to it. One nice thing, too, I noticed, because I was driving this morning and listening to you guys. When you explain stuff, it's kind of neat because you can't see it.
Sure.
You know, everybody isn't watching it, but they're listening. So we got to be shrewd enough to make sure that the audience that's listening is getting a picture, too, not just the people that can see it and listen to it. Kyle Barr says, nice listening to James Keller. Well, thank you, Kyle. I got one fan out there anyway.
Cody Shaw is asking about a bass event on Madison. Is the bass event going to be on one lake at a time or the whole chain? That one we are going to do the whole chain all 5 days. So you'll be able to take off from our one launch point and go wherever you wish on that event.
By the way, thanks, Kyle. Kyle's a great stick, too. He's a great Lake Michigan guy.
Kyle
he competed with us in the Sheboygan Salmon Cup last June. Of course, we won the Salmon Cup, so
yeah,
we beat everybody in that one.
Now you got the target on your back for next year.
We're going back, yeah. Hopefully they hold it. It's second week of June. So hopefully we get the green light where we can hold it. But that's not virtual like head-to-head, so who knows what's going to happen. A lot of tournaments are being canceled. Doug Sass is Captain Jim, just as good as the Winnicott Wolves football. You bet. You bet. Thanks, Doug. Joe Mann's another fan. Where's the love? There's the love, Joe.
Joe's getting excited for next week in Marinette.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be awesome. Yeah, we're fishing the Salmon Cup again, Russell and I and Lily the Pounder. And we're going to go try to do back-to-back. It's not easy to do, as you know.
Oh, I bet not.
But we had 177 pounds in 2 days, so pretty good weight. 101 pounds day 2. We sealed the deal with 101 pounds on day 2. 5 fish. So that's a good weight.
Yeah, that's
All right, let's switch.
it's a lot of meat.
Go a different color and up that way. So.
Looks like Dempsey just missed one.
So Russell and I will be doing a lot of the commentary on the salmon head-to-head. Because there'll be 2 captains sitting in the chair here with tens of thousands of hours of actual Lake Michigan experience.
A lot of knowledge then.
A lot of knowledge, yeah. I know he's caught thousands of fish, and I stopped logging over 10,000 fish on Lake Michigan. 40 years, I should have caught something, right?
You would think, right?
Even a blind squirrel finds a nut. I found some fish now and then. But yeah, I've got some great stories. We don't have time to tell them all here, but I love telling stories, but I've got some great fishing stories. But right now, it's all about these 8 anglers that are trying to win their spot for tomorrow. Now, they don't get a break like yesterday's did. They go right into tomorrow.
Yeah, they'll be fishing tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. again. The winners of today's event and yesterday's events will be back at it again tomorrow morning.
Yes.
Yeah, the guys that fished yesterday may have somewhat of a disadvantage not being on the water today. Oh, Marianne just hooked up.
Weed.
Oh, she says weeds.
Yep. No. But anyway, yeah, so there'll be 4 winners today, 4 winners yesterday. Those 8 heavyweights will fish tomorrow.
Yep. The left side of the bracket does fish against the left side of the bracket tomorrow as well. So the advantage, I guess, really might not be there like I was just kind of thinking. But everybody fishing today will be fishing against their same bracket. So
that's kind of neat. Boy, was there some bracket busters yesterday.
Yes, there was.
Whoa.
Brett Alexander was quick to grab a beverage after that event was over
at
the landing yesterday.
Did you talk to him?
Yeah, him and Rob Korth. It wasn't 2 minutes they were out of the boat, and they both grabbed a beer to try and relax a little bit. They were pretty wound up, and everybody was. Yesterday afternoon was pretty surreal to see the smiles, and you see the defeat on some guys, but that just drives them to do it again. Brett's looking forward to next week now more than ever.
I was laying in bed, I think it was 6 o'clock this morning, thinking about this. Both those guys, Brett and Rob, had good days.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they just got beat by somebody that had a better day. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the weights those guys had.
And that's why you fish hard all day.
Yep.
Ryan Dempsey did it in De Pere, our last event.
Yep.
He was down big in the first round and came back to win in the last hour. So
yeah, he was down against Justin, won it with 12 minutes to go with a 5-pounder.
Bite of toast for good
yep,
luck.
them guys were 8 ounces apart with 20 minutes left in the day. It was very, very fun to watch.
That was crazy. But boy, they had good days. Brett had a good day, 30-some pounds. Rob had a good day, almost 30 pounds, and they get beat.
Yep. When I pulled Anthony out of the water yesterday afternoon, as soon as I pulled him out, I asked him, "Are you still shaking?" Yep, still shaking.
Boy, he
What's
had.
That? Right? I'm going to move a little bit so you can come down.
It's the season.
He had something special going on. I know that one fish he was shaking. It wasn't his last fish. I think it was his second or third to the last fish. He was like, wow, I can do this. I can do this.
There's definitely fish here. They're just negative as heck right now.
His Nick Shirt's talking. Very good stick, very strategic fisherman. Nick is a deep thinker. I know him well.
Decide which way it wants to blow out of.
And he's fished
Back out of the east again.
every tournament out there. And he's an Oshkosh guy. And I think he's a biologist too. I think he graduated from college with a biologist degree. So he's a fish and game biologist.
He understands this fishery a lot better than most of us then, I'm sure, with
Oh, yeah.
that background.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And his wife's a doctor. So they're into the sciences.
Yep.
So he's a very nice man and a very good stick.
Pot of them just sitting
All
on
these
a little
anglers are
shelf there.
tremendous
We give it
people
5
too.
minutes and just keep moving. You know, you can. So much of the strategy, I think, for a lot of these local guys like Rob Korth and Brett and Troy and Ryan Dempsey that fish here all the time, I think they got a pretty good idea of what's going on with the movement post spawn right now, full blown spawn actually.
Battery went dead on Eric as he's talking about a good subject there.
You wouldn't think those batteries would go dead after 2.5 hours, would you?
Yeah, the colder weather takes the life out of them. That's one of the challenges.
Okay. Yeah, Brian Keller just said that these high-tech cameras got fairly small batteries, and they take a lot of juice.
Yeah, the cold weather is really hard on them. You know,
I'd probably drop some 50%.
Yeah,
you know, just like in a flashlight too. You go deer hunting and you think you got a good light, and it's all of a sudden it's frozen up. We sponsor a Iditarod. My wife and I and our JJ Keller, the Iditarod team. We sponsor a Iditarod, 5 times world champion of the world's toughest race. 80 below. Brian's up there filming. He got a lot of his filming experience doing that, and we're up there sponsoring. We leave our room, it's 80 below. By the time we got to the chute welcoming our musher in, everything was frozen. I mean frozen. Nothing worked.
80 below is nothing to mess with.
Take your camera, pull it out of you got a heater in your pocket, you pull it out, click, it's frozen. As soon as it hit that air, it was frozen.
Hard to drink a beer in that weather.
Can't. Your eyelids froze when you walked out of your room, and your nostrils froze up. And that's cold. That's cold. So we don't know where Eric is because the camera's being changed, the battery's being changed on the camera. Troy Kraus has got a pretty good lead. Eric and Nick are duking it out.
My wife just texted me. Her sister's working from home for Schneider National, and she said she's got head-to-head popped up on one screen, so I got to give a shout out to Amanda.
Awesome. Another beautiful day on the river, though.
Yeah, this morning it was warmer this morning than it was yesterday morning. Like I said earlier, there was just a little bit of a drizzle, but really none of the rain we were supposed to get.
Again, don't forget to check out therealshot.com. We got everything you can imagine on there. 30, 40,000 SKUs worth of beautiful fishing tackle. That's awesome.
Yeah, the shipping department is working full time right now. They're shipping stuff out, and as long as the orders keep coming in, we'll do this commercial free, like the guys have been saying.
Yep.
Yesterday the orders were unbelievable, upwards of 800-900 orders.
Oh wow, that's crazy. Well, no anglers are talking, folks. For those of you that don't know the area, this watershed comes from the Wolf River and the Fox River south, and this is one of the few rivers that runs north in North America.
One of two.
And there's 16 locks and dams between Nina Menasha and Green Bay.
That was a good fish.
And all this water drops
Wasn't a little one.
about 160 feet.
In elevation.
Yeah, so there's about 10 feet per lock and dam.
There's 4 of them over there.
As it heads north.
Yeah, that's why it heads north, because there's a 160-foot drop in natural terrain. And then this flows through this system over the De Pere Dam, and then it flows out under this bridge and under the big bridge 5 miles from the 172 bridge, and it flows out into the Bay of Green Bay, and then it flushes out in Lake Michigan. And it ends up going all through the Great Lakes and out through the Great Lawrence Seaway.
Yep.
Out into the ocean. So I could take a boat from my house on Big Lake Butamore, assuming the locks are open.
Yep.
16 locks, end up at my condo down in Duck Key, Florida Keys. A 3,000-mile run. I could take a boat from my dock on Butamore to my dock on the Florida Keys in Duck Key, Florida.
Sounds like something we should do.
Yeah, I mean, but for sure you could launch in Green Bay and do it.
That would be one heck of a booze cruise.
Oh, man.
Yeah, we could live stream that whole trip.
Brian said we should do it. We could live stream that trip. That would be awesome. Somebody did that years ago.
Just think of how many fish we could catch on the way.
Somebody did that years ago, and they had thousands and thousands of views. Because it's just fascinating, the trip. Watching a trip like that is fascinating. Because everybody can't do it, and everybody doesn't want to do it. And it is dangerous, too. Because you're crossing some big water. So anyway, back to the walleye tournament here. But that's a little bit of history on the waters. So these are considered federal waters because they all connect, they're contiguous.
Yep.
So like if you guide on Green Bay or up here, you need a captain's license, not just an inland guide's license. And a lot of people don't know that, but they're sorting that out. And if you get caught
This is one of
guiding
those
without a
moments where I'm
federal
gonna need
license, you're in
glasses, I
deep
think.
trouble.
What do we got for comments over there?
Yep.
Well, it sounds like a great trip. Saginaw
Oh, I hope
River
that
flows
some of my
north
buddies
into the
are watching,
Saginaw
'cause I'm sure
Bay.
they're laughing about this.
Somebody says the real shot's amazing. Check everything out. Appleton and
see it.
Sheboygan. Keep them locked shut, it says. 'Cause they don't want lamprey. They don't want invasive species coming in.
Yeah, they want to keep the gobies out.
They do have barriers there. I'm not lobbying for the locks at all. I'm just saying that if they were open years ago, you could make that
You
trip.
could make that trip, yep.
One guy says faster if you get over to the Mississippi. Yeah, but we want a longer trip.
I wonder how long that would take.
Oh, I think it takes 3-4 weeks. You know, because you don't want to just be, pedal to the metal on a trip like that.
Yeah, you
want to be able
enjoy
to
it.
relax and enjoy it. John, hi, morning, Jim. Morning, John. Larry Redmond, good morning, Captain Jim. Yep, got a few fans out there. That's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, this format's awesome. Brian and Zach and Kyle, our tournament director. Best tournament director around.
It's nice to see this side of it. The last event, I was down at the boat ramp all day. Today I decided to ride up and check out the behind the scenes side of it that I didn't really see, and it's pretty awesome. It's the value that the anglers are going to get fishing head to head is second to none right now. It's for a $500 entry, the amount of exposure that you can get for not only yourself but your sponsors is pretty amazing.
Well, yes, it's very amazing. We got gas prices are down, which is great. How much is a federal guy's license? Well, Shane, you have to actually go through a rigorous test, and you got to have 360 days logged in on the water in the last 5 years on federal waters.
Yep.
And you have to pass a pretty strict physical. And, yeah, it's not just buying it.
It's the same physical as DOT.
Yeah, you have to earn it. Like I get a drug test almost every year. Brian and I are both captains, and we both have to get drug tested. We're on a drug test consortium. You got to belong to a consortium.
Yep.
And then you get these random drug tests. So yeah, I've had a lot of drug tests in my day.
Full-blown spawning mode. They just shut down. The conditions can be perfect, but they shut down.
Eric was just saying that these fish turn on and turn off.
Oh.
They could be up spawning and on their way there. Just schools coming through and back and forth.
This is that midday slump.
Yep.
It happens all the time. Someone said here it took 12 days to bring a 48 Viking back to Sturgeon Bay. So, thanks,
wait till
Devin.
Dunk. Right?
So anyway, back to the federal license. Yeah, you have to earn that. It's not something you can just buy. And how much for an out-of-state license? You'd have to check the fishing regulator. I don't know if you're talking about a guide's license or a fishing license, but it's more expensive than an in-state license. You could get that online. Sean Newman, very well done. Great job, Brian, and the Real Shot team. Morning, Sean. Keep those PPP loans flowing out of there. Yeah, the fishing slowed down a lot. That first hour and a half was lights out.
Yeah, that sun came out and kind of shut them down a little bit.
But somebody's going to figure it out. That's why it's head-to-head. Somebody's going to figure out, say, okay, I haven't had a bite in a half an hour. Now, what is going on? And that rolls through everybody's mind when you're a fisherman. Am I doing it wrong? The fish aren't biting. Maybe the fish aren't here. There's lots of variables. I always say with fishing, the fish has to come to you, okay? Hunting, the bullet goes to the game, right?
Yep.
So you go to the game when it's hunting, but when it comes to fishing, the fish has to come to you. So there's a lot more variables in it.
Yeah, when you can't see them, it's hard to see what they want.
Sean says it's been a crazy 72 hours at the bank. Sean is the senior officer at Associated Bank, and he's been there for a long time, and he's a great banker. So if you need some help, check out Sean at Associated Bank.
I just looked up the annual non-resident fishing license is $50 for Wisconsin.
Okay, what was that again, Kyle?
The annual non-resident license cost is $50.
$50.
That is for the annual.
Yeah, fish has the final say. That's true. That's why it's called fishing.
Not catching.
And not catching. But you're watching 8 of the finest anglers in this area. Yesterday you watched 8 of the finest anglers in the area. None of these people would do this if they didn't think they could win it. So they all have confidence and they all know this body of water.
Hottie is hooked up.
Notice too, they all check their drags, folks. You could hear the drag going out. But you need to get your drag right because this is braided line. There's no stretch. And if you get a 10-pound fish and he makes a run and he's not hooked good, bang, it's gone.
Yeah, he's
he's
fighting that fish with the current here,
yes.
so that helps that pressure a little bit.
You need to make sure that drag is good and working right. And those big fish will make a dive. As soon as they see that net, they're down. They're down. Now let's see what's going to happen. You can hear the drag rolling. What a great sound hearing that drag just clicking out like Jaws. Doom, 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 doom. This is just like Jaws. Mini Jaws. What does he have on here? Somebody asked Colby, are they using a leader? Yes. Most of them are using fluorocarbon leaders, probably 15 to 8, 17 to 20 pounds.
No.
Oh, no.
It's a big one.
Oh, no. Just what we were talking about. Just what we were talking about. I've had that happen so many times. It's a gut wrencher. Your heart sinks just to places you didn't even know it could sink to. It's crazy.
Eric's an experienced angler. I don't think he'll dwell on that for long.
No. No.
Not in the moment, anyway. Tonight he will.
Oh, yeah. If he loses.
Depending on how this match ends up.
Look at him shake his head.
It's a close one, too. 8 pounds, 11 ounces, 7 pounds, 10 ounces. They're in a battle right now with just under 2.5 hours left.
Brian and I won the World Walleye title out on Winnebago years ago. And he had 2 single-day tournaments. And we won the second day. The first day we took 7th. And we had exactly what happened to Eric. We had a big walleye. We saw it. We would have won that tournament too. And bank, it went off right before the net. And oh, I can still remember it. See, I can remember that. That's years ago.
You don't forget things like that.
You just don't. You just don't. It leaves a scar, a permanent scar. That's if you're a fanatic fisherman, of course. I got a lot of scars because I've lost a lot of fish.
That's the agony of fishing right there, especially tournament fishing. It can deflate you. A good angler can get over that and not let it bother him for the rest of the day.
Well, you get over it real quick if you get one now. But if you don't get one for an hour, it eats on you. But if he gets a hook up quick, he'll forget about it for now. You don't mind losing a strike, but you don't want to lose one. He probably saw the fish. It was coming up the net. He probably saw his leader, and bang, it's gone.
You know, if you were watching yesterday, Brett Alexander was giving credit to tournament fishermen because he is a guide. He's on the water more than all of us. And he said this pressure is just intense. He doesn't feel that on a guiding trip, you know. And
I saw that. He said that he admires the tournament anglers because he says different than guiding. That was Brett, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Brett said it's a lot more pressure when you got the eyes of the world watching you and the camera's live. Everything you're doing for 5 hours is being filmed live.
Watching Nick Shirts here.
Tim Uding says the big ones always get away.
Nick's hooked up. There we go.
Morning, Tim.
Oh, lost it.
Worked pretty hard for that fight.
See, Nick knows. Here's what it is, folks. This is a neutral feeding hour, okay? The fish are there. You got to get them to bite. They're not striking it out of anger.
Oh, it's hooked up again.
Yep.
Wonder if it's the same fish.
A good fisherman can get fish to bite when they're not biting. It's tough to do.
It's good to hear that sound of braided line going through guides.
Oh yeah, I love it. He might have a Legend Extreme rod there.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Looks like a St. Croix. Okay. But maybe a Legend Extreme, it may not be, but
Kind of looks like a custom build.
yep. I use Legend Extreme, folks, so check them out on the TRS website. They're awesome rods. Here comes a giant. Come on, Nick. Oh, get up
that
by
is
the
a
net.
tank.
Oh,
That's a big one.
nice fish. So that puts
Two bites
Nick in
on
the
that
lead.
cast. I lost a big one. Slowed it down.
Same cast.
Same cast.
Wow.
This guy's just caught a big hen over there. She's spawning right now.
Yep.
In my boat.
Yeah, I see that.
Losing weight.
Yep. think we're getting ready to bring Matt and Russell back in here.
Yeah, they look like they're chomping at the bit.
I don't see Russell. I don't see him. Okay, he's gonna. Russell's out working in the warehouse pulling orders.
Oh. 612, 613, it's bouncing. 613.
It's about 6 pounds, 13 ounces.
613.
That looks bigger than that.
613, folks.
I was
Giant. I think biggest
Beautiful
one
fish.
today. It's a beauty.
613.
Yeah, that's a good sign of what the fish are still doing. He said that fish had eggs coming out of her, so that fish is on its way to the dam to do its annual duty.
Yep. Well, again, it's been fun here in the studio, folks. We're going to bring Matt and Russell back in here. We're switching off. It's just hard to sit here for 5 hours.
Yeah, them guys need a break.
Everybody needs a break, especially when you're my age. Brian just threw that in. By the way, I'm Brian's dad, if you haven't figured that out. Well done, Nick. Well done, Nick.
Fish.
Oh, look at that. Just sweeping hooks that into it.
Got so many orders coming in that the boys got to do double duty here.
Coming back by you, buddy. Stay on. Stay on. Stay on. Stay on. Stay on. This one's in the mouth for sure. Nice fish. Am I on spot lock? Yes, I am.
Spot lock's on, so he's not going to move.
Oh, Daddy needs a new pair of shoes. Let's go, baby. Come on.
Eric is always entertaining.
This one's for you, girls, watching at home.
Big girls are feeding right now, folks. Watch this guy. He can really handle this thing. Here it comes. Oh, look at the head. Nice fish.
Yeah, nice fish.
Freaking go, baby! Yeah!
Now we're going to have
That's a good.
this final 2 hours, folks. There's 2:19 left. Wow.
Can you say crunch time?
Ooh, we ate
Look
that,
at that.
huh?
Crunch time is crunch time.
Awesome camera
You know
work
what
right
I
there.
say? I'm hoping to get the meat down, beat down, smack down, crack down going. Let's go.
Nice job, Larry, on the camera.
Boy, that thing choked it. So what I did differently, you know, I've been casting all over the place, adjusting the way I'm pulling, short snapping, long popping. What I did differently is I'm casting into the current, casting across the current, and that fish came dragging it up current. So nice fish, probably 4-pounder.
Yeah, it looked bigger, but there's no
Spawned
weight
out.
to it. It's all spawned out.
Scale. Where did I put the scale?
Under my coat.
Oh, all right.
Somebody says any plans to do a Pro-Am H2H.
We're not
Well,
against.
She's hiding.
We're not really against anything. We do.
Right.
We are definitely working on some things for next year, 2021, and
You didn't pull Max Wilson fall in
there'll
the
be
water.
some
did you?
big things coming.
Yep.
What the heck?
Dale Stroheim says, good morning, Jim, and thanks for all you do for the sport. Well, thank you, Dale. Appreciate it.
Time being, if
Yeah, Dale's done his share for the sport as well. Another great guide up in Door County.
Here it is, right here. Sorry. That's me in a nutshell right there. Zeros. Good.
So we got here 3-12.
4-4.
4-4.
4-4. Nice.
4-4. All right.
Yep.
Let's get her back.
By the way, Dale Stroheim is one of the top guides up in Door County, so thanks again, Dale, and appreciate you watching this.
Righty.
Well, starting to get some action again. That first hour and a half was hot, and I'm betting this last 2 hours is going to be a duker, and you're going to see some lead switches here. Big
Yeah,
time.
this is far from over. We got 2 hours and 16 minutes left, and
Okay, here comes the one and only Russell Gahagan. Here he comes.
I'm gonna head back to Green Bay to meet these guys at the ramp. So,
Okay, Kyle's taking off for Green Bay. I'm giving up the mic to Russell, and Matt, the one and only Matt Tratz is coming in. So, okay, folks, again, thank you so much for watching Head to Head. Thank you for doing business on The Real Shot. And thank all these awesome fishermen for trying this out. And it's just been a tremendous success. And everybody gets a minimum of 5 hours live video exposure for themselves and their sponsors. And you know, the winner gets 20 hours. So where are you going to get this kind of exposure? It's absolutely tremendous. Okay, here's Russell.
If you're gonna eat a walleye, there ain't nothing better than about a 14 to 17 incher. My book, $5. I won't keep them anywhere outside. Well, maybe even a little less than 14 sometimes. But no, I'm not looking for a big hunk of meat. I'm looking for a tasty hunk of meat. Come on, fish. Turn this up a little bit. I see a couple. They're on both sides.
All right.
Stingy right now.
Russell Gahagan and Matt Trotz back.
The last 3 fish I've seen caught are on jigs and minnows. Oh yeah.
What's going on, everybody? Russell and I were just on the floor helping pull all the online orders.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody, so much. Been seeing a lot of pre-orders for the hats. A lot of people using that H2H 10 code. So thank you, everybody. We really appreciate it. And that's what's keeping this ad-free. So
Absolutely.
continue all that awesome support. We really appreciate it. What did we miss here? What catch us up here? Looks like Kurt's hooked up to a snake, possibly.
It's moving something, but it's definitely not a fish. We could probably go through a rundown on all the weights, I would think.
Yeah.
Start with this pair right here.
Yep. Yeah, no, so when we were up there, Russell, it was awesome to see the assortment that people were purchasing. A lot of Hutch's tackle, blade baits. There was still a lot of ripping wraps. Ned rigs were snapping up pretty quick. No, James, Marinette is full now.
Yes, it is.
So you have to look through. I think next walleye one after Marinette is a bagel one, correct?
Yep,
but we still have some. I know we got a lot of walleye anglers on here today, but we still got those bass events that are coming up too that are going to fill up here shortly.
I'm going to share a link here because we've had a lot of people obviously looking for that magical purple bait, and I was just notified by the guys in the back that they were able to get those in the system. So looks like they're already selling pretty fast, so I just wanted to kind of...
Oh, he was hooked up. I thought he had a snag on that whole time.
Actually be a pre-spawner.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's not a little one.
Perfect.
Wow.
Kurt Grable continues to...
Chris, what kind of questions do you have about the bass events? I can share the link to all that kind of stuff. We'll do our best to answer them. I think Lyle Carp Stomper shared the link a couple of times.
Dylan asked when the Schaus boys will start doing walleye tournaments. I don't know. I don't know if those guys fish much walleye, to be honest with you. I'm not sure.
What's a bass? Come on. Heck with the bass. Walleyes are where it's at. Ah, that's cool. That's
I kind
great.
of agree with that. If it doesn't have teeth, it doesn't excite me too much.
Hey, to each their own. Yeah, that's right. Fish them both. You know, be...
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Well, I want to know on here who's a bass angler that's watching a walleye event, and I want to see some walleye or bass guys cross over.
Absolutely.
Let's see a bass guy go tackle the walleye side and see a walleye guy go try the bass side. There's a lot of tactics that we're seeing. We saw the dead rig.
Exactly.
A very popular bass technique.
I was teasing one of the tournaments that are kind of on my bucket list is that Sturgeon Bay Open deal, which is a bass tournament, you know. So, matter of fact, one of last year's winners is in this head-to-head tournament today, Ryan Dempsey.
Through here. Come on.
Oh, really? He was one of the guys that won it?
Corey Springle and Ryan Dempsey won last year.
Oh, gotcha.
Probably, fun fact, you probably didn't know Eric Hadia, Brett Alexander were top 3.
I got to go back.
There we go. Look at that. We're getting some bass guys
I
chiming
don't want to
in
drag
here.
him up against the current.
Ooh, Hadia's hooked up again.
Dustin says I started with bass and graduated to walleyes.
Yeah. Good for you.
Let's go scoop him up right away while he's right up on top. Oh, that'll be a 2-pounder too.
See, Eric put a question.
All right.
See, Eric putting a, what he thinks is a weighable 2-pound walleye in the net.
Zero.
Yep.
All right, sweetheart. What do we got? Yes. 213.
213.
All right.
Hadia has an assortment of ripping wraps there to throw.
And gone.
Okay, we're going to go through the matchups and the weights. We're going to start with Nick Schertz and Eric Hadia. After that fish, Eric Hadia just took the lead for the first time today with 4 fish, 15 pounds,
if I could have had that
6-pounder
back.
And Nick Schertz has 3 fish for 14 pounds, 7 ounces. So that's a tight matchup. 1 pound, 5 ounce difference between those two guys. And the next pair here is Dylan Piotr. He's had 2 fish for 7 pounds, 12 ounces. And Kurt Grable is just running away with this thing. 8 fish, 34 pounds, 10 ounces. He's putting on a show today, man.
Yeah, he's really put a lot of fish in the boat since we were gone.
Another one of our pairs here is Ryan Dempsey at 3 fish with 10 pounds, 3 ounces. And looks like Marianne Husky's on the move, heading downriver. She's had 4 fish, 12 pounds, 10 ounces. Marianne's in the lead right now by 2 pounds, 7 ounces. But ooh, maybe not for long. Ryan Dempsey, oh, I thought he was hooked up. He got snagged. Marianne's making a move here with just about 2 hours to go and a little over 2 pound lead. Yeah, the 5 hours seems like maybe not a ton of time, Matt. A lot of tournaments are 8 hours, but with the fact that they could fish right away and they can fish till the end, that does give them a lot of time to make some changes. Our last group here is Chris Barsh, 1 fish for 5 pounds, 2 ounces, and Troy Carouse has 4 fish for 18 pounds. Troy was on just a massive heater right off the bat this morning, but he's been quiet since, but he's still sitting on a nice, healthy, over 12-pound lead.
Yeah, so we got a couple questions on here about the forecasted next 3 days, wind especially. It does look like there's a good chance for a front to push through starting Wednesday night into Thursday. Some high winds are expected. Tomorrow it looks like there's a 50% chance of rain in some of the areas, so the temperature is going to go from a high of possibly right around that upper 50s tomorrow to drop down almost 10 degrees. So that'll be interesting to see what kind of pattern that may change. The thing is about it is the land cools off faster than the water does, so the fishing techniques may not change a whole lot.
Yeah, what I think is going to happen really is the guys are going to just have to get prepared, guys and gal, with the right appropriate clothing. because I fished the NWT that I did really well in a couple of years ago. On day 2, we had 30 mile an hour northeast winds in the month of May and rain the entire day. And I wore a rain suit, a high quality rain suit. And if I wouldn't have had that, I don't know that I could have kept my mental game in good shape for 8 hours to have a good day of fishing. So I expect the guys to have high quality clothing on, be dressed appropriately, and if you aren't, you're not going to enjoy the day of fishing. We're gonna put up some links right now to a couple different options if you guys are looking for a high quality rain suit or gloves or clothing. AFCO is one of the brands that the Reel Shot has picked up here this year that's new for us. They win a lot of awards at the ICAST event every year, the big fishing show, for top apparel and things like that. Looks like we got good stock of it too, Matt.
Yeah, I'm really liking the AFCO stuff so far. I got a couple pieces in my arsenal, and I'm really, really happy with it.
One of the cool things about it is AFCO is one of them items you don't see on sale very often. So, you know, you guys out there can not be afraid to use that H2H10 code, as it will work on all the AFCO goods.
Yeah, Gordon's got a good point here with the weather like that. That could trigger them fish to start eating a little bit more.
Yeah, it's a horse apiece. I mean, I don't think the weather ends up affecting the fish in the river as much, but we're looking at wow, look at the size of that fish at a local
Oh,
caught.
that's a 2-minute penalty for that guy in that boat.
It was. We'll see if his partner makes him do a timeout or not.
Again, that's not one of our anglers. It's just a local fisherman. But
Having
you
a
can
little
see
fun.
that was a great point
Yeah.
why we implement that. I
Yep.
mean, he probably didn't hurt that fish at all, but it just looks a lot better to the camera when that
Absolutely.
fish doesn't bounce off the side of the boat. Yeah, Peyton, I mean, some of that good quality clothing does have a nice little price tag with it, but if you use that H2H10 code, you can take 10% off the order on, you know, that's a pretty substantial savings.
Absolutely. I was looking at the Hydronaut there, waterproof jacket and bibs. Those look like a nice set. I'm about due. I've had a set now for 3-4 years. It's still holding up, but after some time they start to leak, you know, so I'm just about due. I'll probably upgrade to an AFCO here pretty quickly.
Yeah, I have one of the sweatshirts. I can't remember which one it is at this point. Super comfortable. Oh, the other thing too, Russell, is I want to point out, I think everybody that's pre-ordering all the hats.
It helps to be, you know, to live here.
We have
But anybody can win up here.
I think we got a double going right now. It looks like Hadia and Shirts both have a fish on.
Jeff, not much. How are you?
Definitely in the mouth. I felt him smack it. So I've
Double
been
header.
making an adjustment from pulling up into the current to now dragging it, quartering across the current, and that's how I seems to be making the difference today for me all of a sudden. You know, it's just those little things sometimes you got to figure out every day. It's different. Another 4-pounder. Whitey.
Yeah, we still have some of those ice
They
gear
are, baby.
available as well for the people
This
that
one's
want
for you,
something more
Cub.
crossover.
Good quick release.
Cubby buddy!
Striker, Strike
yeah, he ate
Master.
it. That's why it's hard to
Shirts had a
tell
white
right
fish
away
on.
because I had him hooked.
Cub's
right in
my
the
daughter. Stay on. Oh, barely hooked. Barely hooked.
Oh yeah.
Barely hooked. Come on. Come on now. Stay on. Let's go. This is a fish I need, guys, right here. Barely
No
hooked.
whiteys.
No.
Oh,
Got him. Oh my
He got him.
God. Oh, you seen it. You seen it. Let's go. Boom. Yes. Heck yeah.
Unbelievable.
Heck yeah. Oh my gosh.
Eric
Oh
just
my
netted
God.
the fish
Thank you,
as the
Lord.
hook flew
Thank you,
out.
Jesus Christ. That was awesome.
Wow. That could be a game-changing moment. We may have to
Oh my
rewind
God.
to that.
I'd give you fist bumps so bad right now, but we're avoiding contact. Zeros? Thank you, brother.
That's a straight game changer, Matt.
Oh, that was so awesome.
5-5.
5-5. Let me hit that spot lock real quick. Five, making me feel alive. See you later.
Beautiful
Yes.
fish.
That's what I needed. I need some confidence. 5-5.
Yeah, that net job right there got me excited. I had to lose my sweatshirt. I was getting starting to sweat bullets over here.
That was legitimately a game changer. I'd like to see a replay of that one.
Oh, we are going to see a replay.
Barely hooked.
Oh. And he got
Oh!
unbelievable.
You seen it! You seen it! The fish I need, guys, right here. Barely hooked. No! Got him! Oh my God! Oh! You seen it! You seen it! Let's go! Boom! Yes!
That's real emotion, folks. You got to give Eric credit.
That, I just lost a 5-6 pounder right at the front of the boat, you know? So it's just like I catch one and I lose one. So barely hooked too, yeah.
That is not easy to do by yourself, Matt. Not at all. Not with it. You know, he's a right-hand dominant person, obviously, with a net in his left hand, trying to net that fish. Wow, incredible. That's a game changer. He just took a 7-pound lead on Nick Schertz.
That Ross says stuff like
yeah.
that just happened and seeing
I'll
it
give you
live
that,
is what
right?
you
That
need.
was
I agree.
Am I in spot lock still? Can you see? Yeah? Okay, good. No, I'm good.
Garrett says, when did Ike start fishing walleye tournaments?
That's
Now's when you got to start running away with it. You know, you got to get another 6 and another 4, and then just really, you know, I'm happy with what I've caught so far because the bite's been pretty tough.
Eric is a TV guy. You know, he's great on camera. He's good for these kind of events because he's explaining to the people out there, you know, what he's doing, why he's doing it, what to look for. You know, there's nothing but positive to come from a guy that's willing to share. Ooh, Schertz is hooked up.
Trying, man, just trying to figure it out.
Nick's not going to go away.
I got another water too if you need it or anything.
Nick's not going to go away. Last fish he caught was a whitefish.
That looks like a good fish.
Yeah, but he's giving me the inclination.
Probably a snagged whitefish.
Yeah, he does not think it's a walleye, and it's on the surface. That's not a good sign.
Look how far
either.
back it is.
I think he might have found a pot of whitefish here.
$21.
Oh, he just found out where Hottie is at.
Come on.
I'm sure Nick is happy that came off so he can get back to fishing.
Just gonna unlock us here.
Yeah, I gotta make one cast.
Oh, we're to see our first trolling of the day, of the week so far.
Yeah, interesting choice. It's also interesting that she's chosen the shoreline side with a one down rod, probably lead core, and one board.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton.
It is definitely interesting, but I think it's a good idea for her. I believe she is a good troller. Yeah, you know, in a way, I think it shows that she knows that 12 pounds, 10 ounces isn't going to get it done, so she's got to put some more fish in the boat. And sitting where she was and not catching anything for a while there, she probably felt like she had to make a move.
Especially against Ryan Dempsey. I mean,
yeah. See Marianne's trying to get her board lined up where she wants it, get it up along the shoreline where some of the bigger fish are laying. Looks like she's just up from that little factory deal there that sticks out on the point just down from the county landing on the west side of the river. That's been a good spot for trolling at night, last couple of nights, Matt.
Yeah, you've been out there a couple of different times.
That's right where I was trolling. She's in like 6 to 8 feet of water right there.
Sarah says she's north of 172.
We're looking here at Dylan Piotr and Kurt Grable. Kurt doesn't look like he's moved all day.
Oh, we got
somebody from
Ireland. Ireland is
yeah.
on. I was going to attempt that name, but I'm not sure I want to.
Sarah Miller spends a little bit of time in the boat. I know her and her fishing partner, Devin.
Should we put that like right
They're on the river a lot. They catch a lot of fish trolling at night. Down by the paper mill down there. Good fishermen. Good salmon fishermen, too.
And I thought as soon as the sun came out, turn them right on.
We're looking here at Chris Barsh and Troy Carouse. Troy's still sitting on a 13-pound lead here. Chris is struggling today. He's only had one fish for 5 pounds.
Yeah, George, Marianne Husky just started trolling. Thank you, Jared. We appreciate it. Thank you, everybody who's watching today on Head to Head. This is our Metro Madness event, day 2. We watched 8 anglers fish yesterday, and now we're watching the additional 8 of the 16 total. Some big weights putting up already, Russell. And what do we got? An hour and 53 minutes left here of the morning.
Ooh, Kurt's hooked up. He's the guy that's been putting on the clinic today.
Plastics.
Fishing right there, just down from the 172 bridge. Just up, I should say, excuse me.
Got him. Really great fish.
Really fat one.
Jay says nice Crocs. Those were nice Crocs.
Yeah.
Bright yellow.
Zero? Yep.
It is tough getting in their mouth, though, getting down the gills.
Rio?
Yep.
Fat one.
Yeah, that is a great point from Mike there.
Very hard.
Well, I think it's more he just wants to get right back in the water, too. He's fishing
Right.
fast.
Absolutely. He's a stick for sure.
Should be a case on that phone.
Link to the Crocs on the website.
I like it without it. I haven't broken it yet. I suppose the day I break it, I'll be like,
We don't have any Crocs. We
regret it,
have
but-
some hooked sandals.
Back to Arcadia. Sitting on a pretty substantial lead right now over Nick Schertz.
You know what I like to do when you're out on these big expansive flats and the current's just sliding by at a moderate level, to come out here is you just basically want to come out and fan cast around the entire boat. Meaning, I like to tell guys to come out here and pull it up the current, cast it across the current, and then cast up into the current and see which way they want to eat it. You know, obviously when you're up into the current, you need to pull faster to bring it with the current, but you just don't know. Every day it's a little different. All of a sudden you find which way they want it. Seems like today they want it kind of coming up into the current, for me at least, right now.
It's a great point by Eric. I notice that a lot. Some days the guy in the front of the boat gets him, some days the guy in the back of the boat gets him. That's a real important thing to pay attention to. I've had a lot of luck at deep here casting rip and wraps out the front of the boat. You know, and you got to really work it fast, like you said, with the current.
All right, that's the end of the pass.
You heard Marianne say it's the end of her pass. Bait looks like it might be goofed up. She might have got some junk on it. Yeah, she did.
Did you see that bait, Russell? It looked like a flicker minnow? Or is it a flicker shat?
It's a P10, I think.
Oh, yep, never mind. I was way off.
It looks like she's putting them back, putting the sticks back away, so I think she's gonna go back to casting.
Yeah, there definitely has been a lot more boat traffic out there.
Weather's beautiful. I mean, absolutely beautiful.
No, Stu, there is walleye in this water. We saw one caught from Isaac during last week's head-to-head. Little different part of the river, though.
Yeah.
Paul Phillips says P10 mixed vegetables. Yeah, they can. What are the boundaries again?
For this one?
Yeah.
Brown County. So it's the entire Fox River up by Deep Pier there, all the way out into the bay, Brown County. The next one, I think, is the river only. Is that right?
I believe so, yeah. Altesego Bar.
It'll be interesting because that's not a big section of the bay, but there will be some guys probably out there, so. somebody asked about the spawning temperatures and things. I think they're kind of right in their peak right now, around 44 degrees or so, sort of right around the peak temperature.
We might see some people head out there later on in the week, though.
Yeah, like I said, I think the biggest thing right now is just that the guys know there's fish out there. It's such a risky deal with not knowing if the fish are going to be there, not only one day to the next, but within 3-4 hours, because they're just on the move both ways, out and in.
How far of a trip is that from? I know from where they put in, but from where they're fishing right here by the bridge. Just
switched over to Nick Shirts. Looks like he's switching baits.
Let me sneak in here 1 second.
Looking for something. He's digging for something.
Ooh, look at that pretty blade bait.
Do you happen to know what that is?
No, I bet you do, though.
It's a TRS Custom. Bet your bottom dollar on that.
I barely work here some of the time.
He's really paying attention to his electronics. Being as experienced of a fisherman as Nick is, ooh, he's hooked up.
Wow.
There's where it shows you how important, switching baits are, and these guys know when to do that. He went to a real bright colored bait, which you wouldn't normally use in these conditions, but I'm guessing he wanted to throw him something different than he's been using. He was using a gold rip and wrap, now he switched to
That's a big fish, too. Share a link to that blade bait selection here.
I think that we're low on that one, but keep going down. The color's like pink and yellow. I know we got a bunch more blade baits coming. We got all the Viper blade baits coming. This looks like a really nice fish.
Eric had a question for you, quick.
There it is. Wow, got him.
Very nice one.
That's gonna tighten things up a little bit. What was the question there, buddy? Oh, Eric Fritsch?
Yeah, total day weight.
Yeah, Eric, it is a total day weight. Any walleye 2 pounds or bigger, they can register. And then
410.
That's what you're guessing?
Yeah.
Saying 1 ounce, just a minute.
I'll go 4.4.
Okay.
Good. Four, 410, 49, 14.
Ooh, nice call.
Nailed it.
Yeah,
elbow bump.
Zach Burgess says a lot of fish spawn in the New Bay. I agree with that. University Bay, Southern End. That's why I'm very surprised there isn't anybody out in the Bay. But they've been out there, I haven't. So obviously they've been not seeing what they're looking for. That just tightened things up a little bit, folks. Yeah, I think Nick might have just took the lead by a couple ounces. I think the score right now is showing that he's up by 4 pounds, but I think he accidentally entered that one twice, so we're working on getting that fixed. But you take that 4 pounds, 10 ounces away, and he's going to be, he's actually going to be down by about 2 or 3 ounces. It's going to be a tight matchup.
Yep. Sometimes they get a little trigger happy with that button. It
Yeah, they
processes it right away.
They want to get back on it.
Yep. Rich, they're using the Rapala high contrast scale with modification to the gripper with a Rapala gripper. We did see some people pre-ordering those scales for when they're available, when Rapala opens back up. So,
yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Mm-mm.
If you know you want something and we have it on pre-order, get it while you can.
Yeah, like
you know?
the hats. I mean, a lot of the hats have been going here. We can share some of
can't
the
wait
hats.
till those hats come in.
I'm stoked. These hats that I
These new
shared
ones that you got here are great, but I mean, some of those ones with the patches are really
I like
cool.
the way
Yeah.
they're set up. I like the front deck on them. They're wide up front. They're not narrow, and they actually have a big front deck. It doesn't. They don't push the consoles way forward and shorten up that front deck. Because if you weren't here, I'd be up right up there, and if I wasn't trying to watch that graph the whole time, I'd be on the front for sure. Nope, I'm good. I think there's one sitting there behind that piling.
Kurt's giving us a rundown of his boat. You know, the boats make a big difference per fisherman. Each fisherman kind of, selects out a boat that works for him. If you're a troller, you want something that's got a lot of backspace. He just said that he likes the particular boat he's in because he likes fishing off the front deck, and the consoles aren't too far forward, that he has a nice big front bow. So that's something that when you guys are out there picking a boat, a used one or a new one, and you're looking for the right one, should find the one that works the best for the style of fishing that you like. I'm more of a troller, so I personally like something that's got a big back deck that two adults can stand back there next to each other and never really bump into each other. Dylan, I think Nick Shirt's fish was like 4.9, but there was a little error. I think he either entered it twice or 3 times, so we're getting that caught up.
Hour and 39 minutes left. These morning sessions just fly by.
They do, yeah.
Wow, so that battle was 4 pounds, 8 ounces.
Two pounds, 1 ounce.
Oh,
After
okay,
the
never
update.
mind. Yeah, now
Shirts
it's
is still
updated.
down
Yep.
2 pounds, 1 ounce.
So we're talking about the battle between Nick and Eric.
They're all tight. I mean, you look at it, I mean, other than obviously Grable, Nick's only down 2 pounds, 1 ounce to Eric Hadia. Ryan Dempsey's only down 2 pounds, 7 ounces to Marianne Husky. And I mean, Troy Krause is sitting on a 12-pound lead right now, but with hour 39 minutes to go. We saw a massive comeback yesterday by Anthony Engelbert. I mean, 12 pounds is nothing for Chris Barsh if he gets hot.
Yeah, and that was at that hour time frame. That's a good question.
I haven't
from
thrown
Jim.
hair yet either. I like throwing hair.
Jim, I prefer a full council just because I fish a lot with my daughter, and I also like to fish out on the big lake on Lake Michigan, so I prefer a full windshield, I should say, just because, if you go out in some big waves and nasty weather and you got your wife or child or something along, you want to try to cover them up the best you can so they don't get cold and wet and things like that. Some people like double bubbles because the windshields can be a little bit difficult to deal with as you bounce around in big waves. A lot of times they'll loosen up. You got to keep them tight. Make sure you take care of them. Some of you people use a big clamp on the top of them so that they don't slam, fly in the wind and slam closed if you got them propped open. So it's just totally personal preference on that. The double bubbles definitely don't keep you as dry and the wind off you.
This is on the Fox River between De Pere and Green Bay, Wisconsin. Yeah, I did see that. No, not the whole entire event. Just today's event is over an hour and a half. We got to fish 3 more days yet. So what happened is we fished 8 yesterday. We're fishing 8 right now. We'll narrow the field down to 8 Then we'll narrow the field down again to 4. The final 4 will be on Thursday, and then we'll have the championship Friday.
Friday, yep.
And then all these events are from 8 to 1.
Oh
my God, these guys
Shirts
are
and
neck
Hottie are
and neck.
doubled up again.
Looked funny.
Just gonna let these guys talk here for a while.
Coming up front.
This is turning into the heavyweight battle I expected.
Sorry, Jim.
That one choked it. I don't know if
Nick got his. Can Eric answer?
Yeah.
Get out of there.
Oh, so you switch back to a rip and wrap.
Hottie has either got a giant fish on or his drag isn't working appropriately.
Thank you,
Looks
Lucas
big.
Outdoors. We appreciate all the nice comments from you and everybody else. Russell and I are just doing the best job we can.
Absolutely. We're taking a little heat here.
3-0.
3-pounder from Nick.
Oh! That's not good. That's not good. So out of that entire deal, what makes the biggest difference is Shirts just took the lead.
Oh, I can't
Wow.
believe you.
Yep. Right to the boat and it came off.
Oh. Wow. Got to go back to fishing, though. He did the right thing. Get casting and get back to fishing, because it doesn't do anything to complain. Not going to catch one without your bait in the water. That's tough. That's tough, yep.
Man alive. Tim thinks it was a kitty. I don't know. That fish was big, whatever it was.
I would say that there's a pretty decent chance it wasn't a walleye, but
Damn it. I want to touch yet, so I can check yet.
back to Kurt the Killer Grable here.
Sure? Isn't that Ryan Dempsey?
Oh no, it is Ryan Dempsey. My mistake. See, it keeps screwing me up that Dempsey's not in his own boat. You know, I'll be honest, when I looked at the screen, I'm looking at the Silver Ranger, and I'm thinking to myself, it was Kurt, but then I realized Dempsey's in the wrong boat. He's got a nitro, but that's not what he's fishing in today. I think we found out he was fishing in Kreplin's boat. Oh, he's hooked up now. This could be the take the lead fish here for Ryan Dempsey.
No, it didn't appear Marianne had much luck with the trolling adventure she went on.
And she might lose the lead right here if Ryan Dempsey can get this fish in the boat. It's a 2-pounder bigger walleye. Oh, there it is. He got it. Woo, hoo, hoo. That's a nice one. Dempsey takes the lead, I think, for the first time all day.
0. $3.12.
Thank you, Chris and Scott. We appreciate all the nice feedback. Let's give some feedback for the camera officials and then also for Brian and Zach for bringing you this amazing stream. Flawless. Knock on wood, right?
Has been.
Back to the battle here.
It's heavyweight back and forth matchup.
Justin says I'm gonna have to pack a cooler of beer, run into the fridge. I missed too much. Matt, they've been using a plethora. They've been using blade baits, ripping wraps. We've seen some some jigging plastics. We've seen the Ned rig today. Thanks, Tim. We appreciate it. Chris, I'm sure the camera officials. Oh, Nick's on the board again.
Boy, he is on a heater right now.
Yeah. I wonder if he didn't move from where he was finding those whitefish, though, did he?
It doesn't look like it. He switched baits, and that's really seems to be. He switched baits, and I think he's found what they want right now. And that's the thing. Sometimes that changes day by day.
Well, like you said,
or, I mean, hour by hour, I meant to say, excuse me.
If he hasn't moved a whole lot, those fish were, seeing that other bait quite a bit. So switching it up kept them interested.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I can't remember. Matt, I'm going to share a link to the Real Shot website where you can find a lot of these products. And then if you go to the discount code coupon area when you're checking out, you can type in H2H10, and that'll save you 10%.
He got him.
That one gagged it too.
Unbelievable. Back to a rip and wrap.
Yeah.
So he's just switching all around. I mean.
Yep. That's a fat fish. Like, looks like some black marks along the back, kind of like a
Well, you
perch
could
color.
actually be shocked. That's a stock color. That's not a custom color. That's glow perch.
Yeah.
Yeah. Glow perch stock rip and wrap. I think we sell those.
Yeah.
Rapala might be really amazed on April 16th when they reopen to the phone calls they might get from head-to-head stores selling stuff for head-to-head.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the Real Shot's trying to do their best they can to stay, stocked up on product right now. It's just a little tough.
$5.10.
I think the Real Shot has cleaned out every distributor in the country that had any rip and wraps left.
We're trying. Justin says, is Rapala a sponsor? No, not yet. Tag them. Start tagging Rapala. Let them know that they should be a sponsor of head-to-head fishing. Let all these companies know. All your favorite companies, tag them right now. Tell them, get their butt in gear and contact us.
Absolutely.
Mountain Dew yesterday. We saw Marlboro yesterday.
Meg's custom rods.
Yeah.
510, right?
JT custom rods. Viper custom tackle, Doc's custom tackle, all kinds of great opportunities for companies if they're interested.
And we get it. We know that nobody really wants to spend a whole lot of money right now, but
yeah, that's why we're not pushing it.
We'll
I
take
hit submit
meetings.
once this time, and I saw it blink. I'm not gonna hit it again. That way they don't have to go back.
Sublime for apparel. Yep, I agree with that. Take a look. St. Croix. There's Kirk the Killer Grable back. He's probably just about cleaned out the whole 172 area today. That might be an AFCO rain suit he's wearing. It's hooked up.
Oh, it's a big hook set.
Interesting, he's got a wireless foot pedal that he has in the back of the boat so he can control the spot lock on and off from back there. Smart move.
I want to see a 7-pounder today.
Most guys use the controller, but then you got to take your hand off the rod, reel, or net to use it.
Thanks, Josh Pig. I think he's fishing some of the bass stuff.
Oh, he's got him.
That's another
That's a
big
dandy.
fish.
Attaboy. It's a good size, man. It's 5-6 pounds maybe?
Probably a 5. Yeah, that's not 5. It's 5, 5.5, I'd say. I almost feel comfortable. If it was a 7-pounder, I'd feel comfortable. Zero. Four and a half. 4.5.
Yep.
An hour and 20.
Spawned last night. A lot of fish must have spawned last night.
With an hour and 25, yeah, do you think Kurt's going to be able to break that 60-pound mark?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I think he's going to get there. I don't know if he's going to. I shouldn't say I don't know if he's going to quite break it, but I think he's going to make it fun at the end to see if it happens or not. It's going to be right there.
Well,
back on Nick Schertz, who's
my
he's hooked
God.
up again. He is just in fuego right now. Oh!
Yippers. That's been pretty good so far.
Held back from making a donation to the swear jar.
Boy, interesting choice to continue to fish too and not check his bait.
First hold where I caught those few here when I was kind of hemmed in by those guys, I felt like I needed to be almost casting where the boat was to get the good quarter down.
Cody, there's really no prize for the biggest bag of the tournament. Not at this point. I mean, maybe in the future there may be some additional, side pots like that.
I think as we get, sponsors, that might be something too cool we could come up with too, right? Like maybe a sponsor that's willing to donate something substantial to an angler, maybe a motor or something that comes to mind. Maybe we can get Mercury involved.
Yeah,
We see a lot of Mercuries in the back of these boats. Maybe we can get Mercury involved. Maybe they'll throw a 9.9 Pro kicker to the big bag of the tournament or something.
Ooh,
you
that would
never
be
know.
awesome. Here's an awesome battle right here. Look at that. Total fish, 4 for each of these anglers. Jeez. It's just slight head-to-head separation here between a 2-pound fish. I mean, This is exciting.
It's only a 1 pound, 5 ounce difference total and only a 5 ounce difference on average. Their big fish are only 3 ounces apart. I mean, they've basically had mirror image days. There's Chris Barge and Troy Kroos.
Here's those neon sandals or Crocs that everybody was liking.
Chris isn't out of this. He's a great river fisherman. I'm surprised that he's strong. Ooh, as I say that, he's hooked up.
Awesome.
Unbelievable. Just calling the shots for him right now. I feel like he could make a run here. He's the kind of guy that could. Sounds like he was kind of on that same Marlboro program that
Jesse
was on yesterday, but not having the same day. Boy, he doesn't seem to be aggressively ready with the net, though. That's why he must not have thought of his right fish.
Whitefish.
Yeah. Must have knew that right away. Good job
release.
releasing that. Yep.
The whitefish
You could
trying
tell.
to be killing it right now.
Let's do a little update on scores here for all the matchups.
What's that?
This is Nick Schertz and Eric Hadia. 6 fish
top.
to 5. Nick's up 6 pounds, 9 ounces
getting
right
'em?
now. So basically a 1 fish lead. We got Dylan Piotr, Kurt Grable, Kurt the Killer Grable, 41 pounds, 15 ounces. Just an onslaught. Freight train left the tracks early this morning and it hasn't stopped. 10 fish for Kurt Grable. What a day. Ryan Dempsey and Marianne Husky. This is a tight battle as we were talking about. Only 1 pound, 5 ounce separates it. There is more than likely that the person that catches the next fish could potentially be the winner here. Or for that matter, whoever catches the last fish is probably going to be the one that's going to win this year. This is like an NFL football game where you feel like the person who's got the ball at the end of the game is probably going to win. That's how I feel here. Whoever hooks up last is likely to win this matchup. And then lastly, we got Chris
moving, I
Barsh.
guess I just wanted to take a minute to
Troy Krause.
send a shout out to Frank and Amanda at Viper Custom. I'm not on their pro staff, but been buying. I'm a customer. Been a customer for a couple years. But a couple days ago, I put on a blade bait. I've tried them a little bit here and there, but put on a blade bait and caught a 27 incher on my second cast. Dealt with that, cast it out again and pulled a 25 incher and lost my blade bait. So messaged Frank and Amanda and I'm like, hey, I need some blade baits. They're like, what do you need? What size? And I'm like, I don't know. So they sent me a link to the website and ordered 2 of each and another special color of mine. So they're a blast. They're real easy. Just get a little vibration in there, and the fish seem to love them. I see a lot of fish that are getting snagged on them, but I think they eat a lot of them just because they're kind of like a goby and they go down and smash them on the bottom. And that's where you're getting them in the gill plate or in the chin or whatever. But anyways, thank you. Frank messaged him last night because one of my baits I lost. I only had one of the special color, and he rush painted me a couple and met me at the launch this morning. So customer service, unbelievable. So thank you guys. Hopefully I can get a couple more fish with them. This is actually the one that I started out with Wednesday. So we're gonna try that one again and see what happens. We need a couple big fish here. Well, a couple any size fish. At least they're, as long as they're 2 pounds. 2 pounds.
Looks like Troy was showing us an all blue metallic with a chartreuse tail custom
At least I
blade bait
stopped
he got
shaking.
painted from Viper. Viper's a great supplier of TRS. We do a lot of business with them. They're one of our custom painters we talked about earlier that we use to paint a lot of patterns for us. So I agree, they're great people over there and good to work with. Got the 4-way screen going now. Ryan Dempsey and Marianne Husky on top in a tight battle, and then Chris Barsh and Troy Krause. Troy's really, gone a while without a fish here. Obviously, Chris is having a tough day, but you just feel like if Chris could put one in the boat to get some momentum, get over that 10-pound mark, he's not that far behind. I mean, he's 13 pounds down right now. That could happen here in an hour and 15 minutes.
Eric wants to come over here and play for a little while.
I know Troy was on Facebook last night talking about how he could be fishing every day through Saturday, as there's a Green Bay Walleye Series tournament Saturday as well. So
really?
If he made it all the way to the finals, he'd be fishing every day through Saturday with that tournament. So that's a long week of fishing. He's gonna go through a lot of weather. We talked about that. There's weather coming, 30-mile-an-hour winds, rain, cold front.
Right.
You know, this is not gonna be 50 degrees and sunshine every day. So we're gonna see what these anglers have throughout the week. Show us who's gonna be the best fisherman this week.
They just threw back over. 6-7 pounder. Oh.
We're gonna move again. Going back kind of where we started.
James Keller's joining us again. What's up, James?
Gonna go back
Oh
to
boy,
the
I
color
gotta
it
get
all
this mic.
started out with
I gotta get this
today.
mic fixed here. I don't know. Got that thing.
You got it
set.
close. Just
What?
got to put it higher on your head.
Huh?
Yeah, you got it close. Just move this on the other side.
Huh?
Here, just move
Okay,
this.
there we go. Okay. Am I good? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yep.
You gotta catch him though.
Everything, Brian, everything checks out? Hello, Matt. How's it going? I'm
It's
back
gotta,
for a little
it's
bit.
gotta go. How are you?
Very good. I just want to say something here. I just got a call from Tommy Scarless, and I think a lot of our audience knows Tommy. And he called me and he gave me an update on his situation. And if you don't know, he had a very serious brain tumor and brain surgery a while back. And I told him I would let the audience know. He gave me his permission, and that I told him I'd ask everybody to say some prayers for Tommy. So we got 2,000 or 3,000 people watching, plus everybody else on the replays and stuff. So say some prayers for Tommy. That's Tommy Scarless, lives in Iowa. He called me just 15 minutes ago, and he gave me an update. He's paralyzed, I think, from his left side down. He's in a wheelchair now.
Oh, wow.
But he had a very, very serious brain tumor and serious surgery. So
There you go. You got some people chiming in here.
he's coming on strong. So anyway, as Tommy says, Jesus strong. Let's pray for Tommy. And he knows I am doing this, and he gave me his permission. So we've been good friends, and I'm gonna meet Tommy as soon as I can. Once this virus is lifted, we're gonna meet. His wife's gonna bring him over, and we're gonna talk. But yeah, he's been in my office, and I've known Tommy for years.
That's awesome. A lot of people reaching out. Yeah, Aaron Martins too.
Yep. Matter of fact, Tommy said he's going to reach out to Aaron once he can, and give him a heads up on how to deal with this situation. But it's very, very serious. He was in good spirits. He's got a lot of faith. Tommy's a Jesus warrior right now, and I told him I would ask the audience to say some prayers for Tommy. So let's lift Tommy up to the Lord, and he's a brave man. And he wants to get out fishing on my salmon boat if he can make it. He said he wants to load up his freezer on some Lake Michigan salmon.
Oh,
So
there you go.
We're going to see if we can make that happen this summer. So that was a very uplifting phone call. And what it tells us, folks, is that there's a higher purpose for all of this. We're watching these healthy fishermen. But then you look at Tommy's situation, and Tommy was a champion fisherman. Won many tournaments, won some crappie tournaments, one of the biggest names in the walleye world, and then he gets stricken with this. So anyway, puts life in perspective, folks. It really does.
Is the ice off of Winnebago now? Need to get out there and scout for Wisco coming up. I believe there's a good portion of the ice is gone.
Yeah, what lake are they talking about?
Winnebago.
Yeah, I know they're fishing the river heavy. And Winnicotti's fish, there's 100 boats in Winnicotti today. Well, we got some good matches here, folks.
Oh, Ryan Dempsey's hooked up again.
Yep. Dempsey and Marianne, yeah, was a good contest, and then she went cold and he's getting hot. Kraus hasn't caught a fish in quite a while. Nick Schertz is ahead of Eric, and Grable is just blowing everybody out. Ooh, nice fish.
Yep, you can see how they've been adapting to the netting processes.
0.
Yeah, they're using the current to their advantage, so it takes a lot of knowledge of the river to know how to do that. But when you're all by yourself, you don't have any choice. You got to figure it out.
Three, 2.
Nice keeper, 3-2. So that'll put him up by, what, 7, 8, 9 pounds. We haven't heard much from Troy, Mr. Barch, and Nick has moved ahead of Eric. Nick Schertz, Eric Hadia. Of course, Kurt Grable, I think he's got this one put away, 41 pounds to 7. Take a miracle, though. It's possible, but it would definitely take a miracle to come back and win this one. Nick and Eric is still too close to call for sure. Hour and 10 minutes left. And I don't know where Marianne went. She trolled for a while, and then she went up the bow and started jigging. So she's pulling out her bag of tricks.
Kurt Grable is at 41 pounds.
Oh,
What's that?
Updated.
Kurt is at 41.
Okay.
Oh.
Nick's hooked up. Nice fish.
Holy man, what has he got?
I know, he's wondering the same thing.
Yeah.
Might be a catfish, you don't know. Maybe it's a huge walleye. You know, the sound is so awesome.
Yeah.
This equipment that Brian procured.
That or it's a giant.
You can hear the water lapping the side of the boat. There isn't much waves.
Either
Nothing
worse.
smoother than that, isn't it?
Right.
If you want to go to sleep at night, you go to sleep with water lapping the shoreline or a boat.
Although I
It's
would
just
get pretty
awesome.
excited to see a really big catfish. Not that you would.
I had a big flathead that dropped one of these ripping wraps like an asper the other day.
Really?
Pretty cool.
Some of you may or may not know, but Nick Schertz is on the USA Ice team.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. That's awesome. Max Wilson is
Yep.
on a very similar team as well.
And they travel all over the world and do that. I never get the results, though. I look for them. So I don't think they won. Uh-oh. But I see all the video, I see all the promotions that they're doing the world team, but I never get the results. So I don't know what that means. I saw the fish surface before, behind the boat about 50, 60 feet.
A lot of people chiming in, they think it's a catfish.
Here comes the fish.
He hasn't gone for the net yet. Oh, now he realizes it's.
Ooh. Oh. What a tank.
Oh, big walleye.
Huge walleye. That's going to be 7-8 pounder, I bet.
That's a big fish.
Wow. Look at that fish.
That'll help.
Oh.
That's a nice. Another 6er.
And he was under the face.
That fish surfaced, then it dove,
It's 60 change.
and it stayed deep like walleyes do.
Got a couple guesses rolling in.
Yep, scale zeroed out, folks. Rapala, awesome scale. Now the fish realizes he's in the boat.
Yeah.
6'11", 6'11", 6'12".
Wow.
Yeah,
He's putting a
it's
hurt on
probably
Adia now.
6'11",
6'11",
6'12".
6'12",
Right
Still
on the line.
hopping back and forth.
6'12".
6 pounds, 12 ounces.
Yep,
6 pounds, 12 ounces. Wow.
What a tank.
That's a beauty.
Like Eric says, what a pig.
Well, an hour to go. Anything can happen. Look
Great
at
shot
that
right
fish.
there.
What a dandy.
Nice, man.
Looks like a ripping wrap he's throwing. We had a comment before. What was he throwing? I think it's a ripping wrap.
So,
Yep,
ooh,
it's a ripping wrap.
he
This
had a
kid's even
4-pound
above.
lead. Now he's going to have a 10-pound lead, almost 11-pound lead. Ryan moved ahead of Marianne by a little under 5 pounds.
Thanks, boss.
Back to Eric Hadia here.
Kurt Grabel's got a commanding lead,
I think you'll be able to use that one clip
17.
where the hook pops out.
I want to get the live weight on
That's going to be
Nick.
a highlight.
Yeah, that's a great one.
Yes, yep.
There you go, fish. Doesn't feel that big.
Yeah, I noticed that, Travis. He didn't register that phone right away. Or I mean that on his
Getting
phone
bigger.
right away.
Now, does that 27 pounds include Nick's last fish?
I need this fish. Come on, Lord, help me out here. Help me out here, Lord.
Another
Had
tight
my share of
battle.
bad luck. Just give me another 3-pounder. Take a 3-pounder.
As it sits right now, it's only a 4-pound, 6-ounce difference.
Yeah. Here it comes. Got it.
I don't think he's gonna help. But it's gonna be close because she's fat. She might be 2 pounds. Oh yeah, look how fat she is!
Oh, yeah. That's
It looks like my ex-girlfriend. That thing. Fatty.
Now, Eric.
Here we go.
That's $5 in the jar.
Yeah.
That's not
could be the
swearing,
one I
but it's
need.
almost worse.
Come on, turn on. Zeros. Got it?
I'm going to say that
It's
goes.
gonna be close to 2 pounds.
2.6.
Heck yeah, I hope so.
It goes over 2 pounds. It's so fat.
Okay, come on, baby. Give me over 2. Come on. Yes, yes, yes. 2-4. 2-3. 2-4. 2-3.
2-3.
2-3 it is.
2-3. There you go.
Wow.
He needed it because Nick Schertz was just updated. He's got 33
Nice.
pounds.
Look how fat
now.
that fish is. Man.
That's a chubby little guy.
2-3. Let's go.
We'll be getting those weights accurate here pretty quick. Sometimes they're double entered.
Oh
and
my
you
God, I'm still down.
touch it by mistake. It's so tricky.
I'm down 4 pounds, right? Yep. All right. Well, better make it happen quick.
Got an hour left.
I think the app's accurate. What they're looking at is accurate, but the screen might be a little behind for a minute. Yeah, people are getting excited and they're entering it in twice, and their hands are cold and they're wet, and it's, you know how it is when you're working your phone, it's touchy. It's just like working your phone with your fingers.
Yeah.
How many times is it
we see it.
blow something?
That's the thing. They just double punch it.
But we'll straighten that out. There's also a manual system on every boat.
Yes.
That if the technology went down, the camera went down, and the scale went down, they have an actual waterproof board.
Yep.
That they write the scores down. So the scores will always be official at the boat level with the official camera person.
There you go. Now you're looking at the correct updated weights.
Yep. Marianne's a short 5 down. Troy's up by 13 pounds. Nick's up by 11. And Kurt's running away with his match. Be pretty hard to catch up in an hour. That'd have to put in 30-some pounds. And
well, we saw over 20 pounds caught yesterday in the last hour.
But 30 would be really hard. But it's possible. It isn't over till 1 o'clock.
Oh, look at some of these average weights here. I mean, there's a lot of 5
4
pounds, 4 pounds.
Kurt's, he's got 1 fish, but 5 pounds. I'm sure he's disappointed right now with 1 fish, but he won't give up. You could bang 3 of them in a row and you're back in it.
That's right.
Anything on the live chat there, Matt?
No, I think people are just glued in here. They're excited to, see the battles that are going on here in the Metro Madness event for head-to-head fishing, and I think they're just kind of just entertained right now.
Yep.
There just hasn't been that many fish coming. But
there's a
We
hook
got
up.
ourselves a regular slugfest going on here. I like it.
Yep.
We haven't heard from Dylan for a
New
while. He's
now
gonna
red.
hopefully put a walleye in the boat.
Yep. He's got a good one on. Come on, Dylan. You can use this fish. You still have an hour to fish here. But real nice conditions. Just a light breeze.
Yeah, it looks like it'd be awesome out
Guess
there.
tomorrow's supposed to be pretty nice, and Thursday might be a little gamey, as they
Oh,
say.
there we go. That's another good fish. We
Yep.
talked about it earlier. That hour time span. We saw it happen yesterday.
Yep.
Blaine
can
wants to
happen.
know, Jim, are you fishing the Merck or Otter Street this year?
Blaine, I don't think so because I'm
good.
fishing the Salmon Cup,
Felt
and
nice.
that runs right between them. Plus, I got some other commitments.
Wow, that fish choked that bait.
But the Salmon Cup runs right between those tournaments, so I'll be spending, a whole week out of Sheboygan with my 43-footer, trying to repeat as the Salmon Cup champion on Lake Michigan.
Let's see here what we got going on.
I think so.
How awesome is this? You can watch this live.
Yeah, there'd be no other way. This is only way to watch head-to-head. Blaine says they miss seeing you down there.
Yeah, well, I'll be back. Coot Lords needs to go head-to-head with James Keller. That would be interesting.
Shut off again.
Travis Manson says, shout out to Pa Keller.
Way to go, Travis. Yeah. Travis and my son Brian were buddies back in Winnicott High School back in the early. They graduated, I think, in 98.
Shut off again.
98, so they were buddies, and Brian and Travis were on the J.J. Keller fishing team at the time. So Travis and Pa Keller had many a discussion about education and growing up.
got 3.
And it paid off because both the boys are doing tremendous. So maybe a little bit of those Pa Keller lectures.
Yeah.
They might have listened. They didn't seem to listen at the time, but some of it might have soaken in.
What was that one? Oh, nice.
Be a great idea.
We're going to find out here what that fish
Aaron
was.
asked a question. I'm in the studio, Aaron. I'm doing the commentating right
3, 4.
now.
3 pound, 4 ounce.
Nice fish. One guy, John Kalinsky, was a tournament format I would love to fish. Well, look, there's some openings in Winnebago, I believe.
Yeah, there's quite a few openings. I can share it in the comments here.
Yes, I'm going to be fishing some Bago events, Larry. It's my home waters. I live on Big Lake Butamore, so no excuses when I don't do good there. There's a great walleye spot right in front of my house.
Oh, my God.
Nick's hooked up again. He is on fire. Mr. Shirts is putting on a show.
It's 11 pounds, 2 ounces over Arcadia right now. Larry Redmond says there's a great bluegill spot in front of your house.
I know there is. I don't tell anybody about it because they already know about it, but why advertise a good thing? I don't want to have 18 boats.
You just did to over 1,000 people.
I know, but they don't know exactly where it is. They don't know exactly where. Larry, be quiet, please. You know too much. Larry knows too much. Ooh, Nick's on fire. Look at the pump. Did you see the left hand pump fist?
Yep.
He knows he's closing in. Ooh, look at the girth on these fish, folks. And they're beautiful looking fish. Just beautiful. They're healthy. They're that white tip of the tail.
It appears the biggest fish today was 6 pounds, 13 ounces.
Come on. First one that doesn't.
Got lockjaw.
Somebody said we already knew about it before Larry said it. Oh, Brandon says, I know where you live.
Yeah, Mark wants to know where the spot is.
Ooh, look at that. 5'9".
5 pounds, 9 ounces.
5'9".
Wow.
5'9".
Thank you, Arlie. We appreciate the nice comments.
5'5" and back up.
That's a tight bend yet.
Oh, yeah.
And folks, you're not going to find a nicer, more humble guy than Nick Shirts. We actually shared some rooms on out in Akaska for an AIM event.
5'9".
We laughed all night. We were laying on the floor in these makeshift deals with everybody in a little loft. I was telling jokes. And we were howling till our stomachs were hurting. I mean, we fell asleep. So we had a great time. Yeah, Jerry says Nick's putting the nail in the coffin. Very well could be.
5'9" submitted.
Awesome.
As you know, Brad Alexander, Arcadia came into this tournament touted as a couple of the favorites to win it all.
Yeah.
But you can't win it all if you can't get past the first round. But they had good days. I mean, Eric's having a good day. Brett had a good day. You just might get beat by somebody who's having a better day. Yeah, this is really cool, folks. Again, thanks everybody for watching and supporting Head to Head. live stream by the Reel Shot. Keep those orders coming in. We got some great store, great assortment on the website. I think Brian told me we got 30 or 40,000 SKUs out there or more.
I think we've had about the same amount of time in between each fish here.
It's not like it's lights out, but
No, it's
just
consistent.
keep getting good ones.
Yeah. And it's not like you're
Better
not
than
catching
average.
small ones.
I'm not catching. I mean, they're other than that 1 3-pounder.
Yeah.
Aaron, it's really hard to say what the main color is today. We've seen some purple. We've seen like a lot of like a chartreuse, a lot of orange. Those are more of the popular colors
Taking
today.
bites 5 or 6
Fox
at a
River
time.
and De Pere.
We're going to be scaring 50 after that.
A great walleye fishery, folks, and you can see that. Matt's going to be putting on the live feed the website address so you can check some of those lipless jerk baits out. And boy, they work. They got rattles in them. They're loud. Fish can zero in on it. The water is not real clear in these river systems. So you want something bright at times and you want something with some noise so they can feel the vibrations in their lateral lines, because fish hear through their lateral lines. And then once they zero in on it, bang.
Can't really tell what Nick's been throwing, but it looks more like it's a rip and wrap of some style. I can't really tell what color it is though.
Yeah, thanks for all the live feed information, folks. It's awesome.
Yeah, everybody does a great job commenting.
Got a couple of thousand between YouTube, and that doesn't even count the Reel Shot Facebook page. It's just a head-to-head page. So this is getting tremendous viewership. It's great for the anglers. It's great for the advertisers.
Oh, look at
It's
that
great
hat
for the
now.
audience. And look at that hat. Go USA, I love it. That's Troy, and Troy is a colorful character.
Make walleye fishing great again.
Yes, and that's Mr. Walleye Mafia himself.
Yeah.
So he's trying to figure it out. He hasn't had a fish in quite a while. So he's not trolling, is he?
He might be.
I don't know. I don't know what I know he's moving. You can see the wake. He's using his bow mount. He's going pretty fast. But he's got his kicker motor up. For you folks that don't do this a lot or don't have a boat, all these boats have a bow mount with a spot lock on it, and the thing can pull the boat probably 3 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And it can go down to like 0.6 miles an hour, 0.5 miles an hour for pulling crawlers if you want a really slow troll. And they got the spot lock, which locks you in on an exact position, so you don't need to have an anchor on the boat. So it's tremendous invention.
Yeah, Jerry said I believe he's side scanning.
So we got 48 minutes left, folks. And Harry Cotty's not out of it yet. It can be done, but he's got to get a fish or two pretty quick here. Kurt looks like he's got it wrapped up, but you never know. Marianne's definitely in it. One fish, and she could take the lead. And the same with Mr. Barch. He needs a couple fish, and he's right in there. Because Troy hasn't had a fish in quite a while. He was hot early, and then his bite just died. A couple of the cameras are coming back up. So you got to remember, this is high-tech stuff. You need a good cell signal, and things happen with technology.
And,
Jason's watching with his girlfriend. He says, thanks for all the entertainment. Even his girlfriend wants to go fishing now. Well, thanks, Jason, for watching. And thanks again to everybody that's watching on Facebook and YouTube. It's really simple to find it. It's just Head-to-Head Fishing on Facebook, and then H2H Fishing on YouTube. I can share some of the links here in the comments.
Yeah. And one fella before said, I can't take it anymore. I'm putting a boat on. I'm going.
Yep.
So he's heading out. But you can see the Troy Kraus, you can see the 172 bridge in the background. So he's fishing a break line up by the bridge. I know that area pretty good. And he's watching his side scan. And those fish will follow break lines on the east and west shores of that river when they're coming and going. Not to say some of them won't be out in the middle, but the middle's fairly deep. It gets 25, 30 feet. So if you can fish the edges, you can fish in, 6, 7, 8 feet, and you can either bring your lure deep or you can fish out deep and you can bring your lure in shallow. So there's two ways to skin that cat, but it does work. And you're looking for those traffic lanes. There's little underwater highways that those fish travel. And if you can find a seam like that, bang, bang, bang. And that's what they're looking for. Because the fish are on the move. The fish are on the move. Russell's coming back in here in about 5 minutes, in case you're wondering. He's been out in the warehouse. I believe one of his daughters is here today, too. Elise. I'm going to go out and say hi to her when I'm off the air here.
Yeah.
But everybody's working in the warehouse getting these orders out. So
yeah,
thank you so much for doing business with The Real Shot.
I've been sharing it in the comments, but don't forget you can use that H2H10 to take 10% off your order at therealshot.com. And we appreciate all the orders, and that allows us to go, basically ad-free with all this. So if you want to maintain the ad-free entertainment, make sure you shop at therealshot.com.
Yes, that's a good point, Matt. This is not free, folks, to put this on. If you saw the studio, you would be very, very impressed. Looks like a giant 747 cockpit
yeah.
full of lights and buttons. And don't get me anywhere near that stuff. I could do the commentary and talk about fishing, but I'm not going to go near Brian's world, we'll call it.
That's not even going to help.
44 minutes left, so we'll get down to crunch time. Nope. We're getting down to crunch time. A lot of bracket busters yesterday, and there's going to be some bracket busters today.
Yeah, I agree.
Because I saw people that had it pretty good yesterday. I thought 20, 30, 40 charts filled out, and I know who they had, and there's going to be some disappointments if it ends up like it is now. But that's what makes it exciting. You got to play the game. You got to play the game. Nick's almost at 40 pounds, and that's a good day. Well, 23 pounds. There's been a lot of matches won in the last two tournaments with less than 20 pounds.
Right.
Just depends who you're fishing against. And how's it going? Dan Van Ossa, Jim, you guys are doing great. Keep it up. Well, thank you. Kevin Tanks watching, Dave Skinner, Brandon Seidel. Brandon's a good stick. He's just had boat problems over the years. He's got a new Ranger. It was new and been sent back to the factory a couple of times. So he's just had some bad luck. But Brandon's a good stick.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, Nick. That's why a lot of people are enjoying it on YouTube, so you can cast it up to your big screen television. Send us a picture if you could. Post that to the Head-to-Head Facebook page. Let's see what that looks like. 70-inch TV with the quad screen. That'd be bad-ass to watch. Pardon my French. Dollar to the swear jar.
Somebody said he just decided to finish
there's
his
Troy's
out
hooked up.
on a 70-incher. Okay, Troy's hooked up now. That's good to see. Oh. Love his hat.
Had to put the rally hat on.
It's awesome. And of course, today's voting day in Wisconsin. After all of the back and forth, the Supreme Court in the state decided that it's time to go vote. So get out and do your civic duty, folks, from Wisconsin.
Big fish.
Yeah, buddy.
There you go. Now that gives
That's
him
what we needed
pretty
right
nice
about now.
lead. You can see he's running a Triton boat. Different kind of boats in this tournament too. I don't know all of the boats, but there's been Rangers and Tritons. I know Eric works with Lumacraft. I think Max runs a Triton too, doesn't he?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
He had Lund for a while. He had some trouble with it.
Zeros.
Let's see what this bad girl weighs.
$4.11.
Ooh, nice
4.11.
fish.
Another $4.11, Kevin. Thanks for playing.
Beautiful. Well, as soon as I round up Russell, I'm going to turn the mic over to Russell, and Russell and Matt can wrap this up today. But it's been fun again, so again, thanks everybody for listening and watching and doing business with the Reel Shot. It's awesome, awesome format. Thanks again to the 16 fishermen in this event, the 16 fishermen in the last event, and the 16 fishermen in the next event.
Yeah, they're all 16. Yep.
Which
yes,
is coming
Max,
up.
Max did make it through yesterday.
So there's one next week too, Matt?
Yeah. Yep. Next week is Marinette, where we go for the Gold Rush event on the Menominee River.
The Marinette Gold Rush.
That one filled up right away this morning.
Oh, so that's filled up too now.
Yeah, then the other one too is coming up is a Bago Bass event. It'll be our first bass event for the season. If you look in the comments here, I'm going to share the registration page for all the events. Remember too, you can sign up for more than one event if you want.
Awesome.
Zach says he's watching on his couch as well. Painting some lures.
Yep.
Zigzag lures.
Well, there's some openings on Winnebago
I
yet,
was
right?
wondering why they didn't just go out
you'll,
of Voyagers.
you can
There's
see
two
that all on the
head-to-head
registration
events.
page and see what he's saying here.
We tried not to talk over the anglers, but sometimes it's hard. But Nick's got a nice fish.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Yep. Yep. I suppose you want to try to go out of the least public area right now if possible.
Here comes Nick. He's got a big one on, folks. Rod red. Ooh, nice fish. Nice. Whoa.
A little skinnier one male this time, but he gulped it.
Pounded
Just
it.
kind of in that blade right in the current behind the boat.
There's a good look at that blade
Got a
bait
little
he's
trick
throwing,
here to
that
make my
TRS
cast
Custom.
just right with the way the wind was blowing hard there, so I switched to a little bit heavier blade to
So that's a blade bait, folks. And
just kind of flop it
TRS
slow
has
in that
tons of those
current
blade
behind
baits.
the boat.
Those custom blade baits, different sizes, different colors. They work. You can see that. He said that would hit right behind the boat.
Hi from Romania.
Oh, somebody from Romania is watching us.
4-1.
I got 4 pounds, 2 ounces.
4-2? 4-2. Crawler
before too. Long fish.
Matt's going to be putting the website page
That's a
on
male.
the live feed.
I would say it's a male. It's pretty hard.
What
in good shape.
What Nick Schertz has been using. Now Nick Schertz